Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so very much for coming out here this morning for our first race of our doubleheader weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. Would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so very much for such a gorgeous weekend. It is beautiful, Lord, and I thank you for that day. I ask that you watch over each person that steps foot on this facility, all of our racers and crews and the teams that are out here. Keep everybody safe and just help us to enjoy the day that you made. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise? And gentlemen, remove your hats. U.S. veterans, you do have the option of remaining covered while rendering a proper military salute as Sage Romas brings the U.S. national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly screaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing as Sage brings you the Canadian national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Sage.
Thank you so much, Sage. Welcome, racers, friends, family, crew, spectators. This is the first annual Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. We've got first round, first pair, stock eliminator in the water box right now, Diane Burton and Pete Legg. Pete's in the left, the P-Stock automatic 56 sedan delivery. Burton in the right, the 74 455 Pontiac E-Stock Automatic.
Well, good morning, Troy.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. And yourself?
I am doing fantastic. I'm super stoked for what we're about to see here today.
Absolutely. The very first pair to run for a national event Wally here at Mission Raceway Park. That's never happened before.
Pretty special moment right here as they bump it into the beams. We got a heads up a little bit later on this round too.
Excellent.
Off and away, Diane Burton on the chase. Big starting line advantage for Diane Burton. Gonna parlay that into a win line. 1082 at 115 miles an hour. Pete, a little late up front, 1350 at 96.
So Pete was in, tough shape there. Was not able to run the index, so was forced to dial it. So he was already going to come up weak on the top end. Really needed to cut a light, then, well, that didn't happen. So Diane Burton coming back for round two. Now we got Norm Weber, Clarence Piniak. B-Stock Automatic, trying to run down C-Stock Automatic. Oh boy, Norm Weber was ready to go. Does not get the win light, however. Bidniak goes dead on with a 7 to turn on the win light in the Lordco lane. Norm Weber was 006 up front, but could only manage 4 above the 1052 dial.
Attention in the pits, Super Street, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Super Street, we will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2. James Mantle and Brian Thompson now. Thompson in the right, the P-Stock Automatic ragtop Fox body. Gonna try to run down the 77 Pacer. That's a V-Stocker that James Mantle's wheeling right there. And James turns it 2, thou red. Leaving the line, needing to be up on the wheel. Thompson lets go 004. Puts it 1291 on the 1290, so he was ready to go. Tough break for James Mantle here in round number 1.
Absolutely. Both drivers impressive on the starting line. Mantle just a little too quick. Now Alf Weeb in the super cool Buick. He's going to be rowing through the gears. Using a clutch pedal, dialed in at 1051, taking on Pete Lanciers. Lanciers goes 005 red. Weeb was 003 red. Everybody is ready to go this morning, no doubt about that. So Weeb, 1057, 6 above the 1051 dial, but he's moving on.
Tough start to the weekend for Pete Lanciers. He's been trying to dial in that suspension all weekend. I think he finally got it about where he needed to, and then he turned it red.
Ouch. Now John Buczynski and Bruce Flodine, couple of Mopars. Buczynski in an actual AAR CUDA that he has owned since day one. Can he run down Flodine? No, he cannot. Flodine gets there first. 1299 with a 1 on the 1299 dial. 19 on the tree. Flodine was going to be tough to beat. Buczynski was 087 to start things off, so in rough shape to say the least.
That'll bring up Ashley Thompson and Rick Green now. Thompson in that 73 Corvette left-hand side, G-Stock Automatic. They've been trying to get that thing dialed in for a couple years here. 1095 on the boards for Ashley. Rick Green, the low-stock Automatic Mustangs out there and away, 1236 on the boards. They were separated by 2 thou on the starting line, and it's going to be 2 thou at the finish line. Ashley Thompson, 47 on the tree, 1095 with a 3 on the 1095, gets there first by 2 thou. Rick Green, 2 thou behind up front, puts it 1236 with a 3 on his 36. Pretty good little drag race right there. Ed Hodder and Steve Hahn now. Hahn's in the right, the B-Stock Automatic CUDA. 1034 on the boards, he'll get the jump. Potter, the factory stock D Camaro, 1015 the number for Ed. Ed got the stock super stock combo win earlier this year. See if he can run down the CUDA. Looks like Steve Hahn might have had a little bit of trouble. He had a huge advantage on the starting line, but then puts it way above the 1034 number. Hodder was dead late and then got there first by 700ths. They say you gotta have at least one lucky one.
At least.
Well, Ed, you might have used her up right there.
But that's all right. Anyway that win light comes on, you're gonna just take it. Now Pete Olivero and Jody Lang. Jody Lang in the very familiar wagon over there in the right lane. Former world champion. So just 9 thou difference on the tree. It's going to be tight up at the top end. Win light comes on in the right lane for Jody Lang. 2 above the 1183 dial. Olivero was closer to the dial, 1314 on the 1313, but he gave up that 9 thou on the starting line. Lang taking the stripe by 2 thou to come back for round number 2.
And I'll bring up Barry Shaysgreen and Derek Johnstone. Shaysgreen, the factory stock B Camaro left-hand side, 907 on the boards, and he'll be on the chase. Johnstone, the 66 Impala, that's a Q stock convertible. 1320 on the boards. He is way down there, but here comes Barry Shaysgreen. On the chase, big top end charge. Win line gonna say Barry Shaysgreen. Johnstone was ahead on the tree, gets down there 13-19 with a 2, 8 thou, breaks it out. Shaysgreen, super late on the tree, puts it dead on 9, turns on the win light, and we'll see him in round number 2.
And now Brad Burton and Greg Kielman. Brad Burton, left-hand lane, the D-Stock automatic Formula Firebird. 2-time world champion. Greg Kielman, that F-Stock automatic small block 69 Camaro, right-hand lane, dialed in at 1158. Here comes Brad Burton in the Pontiac. And it is Greg Kielman. Wins it on a double breakout. Under by 1 thou. Burton under by 16 thou, taking 33 at the stripe. So it's going to be Greg Kielman coming back. So Greg Kielman getting a little bit of retribution for his son last weekend.
Hey, buddy, I love it. I mean, I never want to see either one of those guys lose, but one of them had to. And good little drag race right there, double breakout. Gary Gandy and Cody Lane. Cody Lane giving him a huge 6-second spot. Gandy way down there. Win light gonna shine for Gary Gandy. Lane was ahead on the tree, gets to the stripe first, 68 thou. He needed to get there 66 or less. Gary Gandy turning on the win light, puts it dead on 9 after he's 72 up front. Cody having a heck of a year so far in stock eliminator, but he's gonna have to look forward to the divisional now.
Yes, 50 mile an hour is not easy to judge at the finish line for either car.
Yeah, nobody wants to drive that stripe. James Boyce and Greg Marshall. K-Stock automatic, heads up, turn it green, get there first. Marshall looks to be out ahead as they get to the top end, but the win light will shine for James Boyce. Boyce was way behind up front. Reaction time started with a 1. 11:59 at 1:12, 11:94 at 1:07 for Marshall. That puts James Boyce ahead by 29 at the finish line.
So it looks like we're down to just one car left in this opening round of stock eliminator at the RAD Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. So Brian Seberg, our number one qualifier, gets the single here in the odd numbered field for round number one. Predicts 1293. Goes 1304. Off the gas at just 88 miles an hour, coasting through. So last month marked 25 years since history was made right here at Mission Raceway Park when Bobby D'Armand ran quicker than 10 seconds, went 9:99 for the first ever stock eliminator run in the history of the class.
You ever watched 4 Days in May?
I have.
How
yes.
many times?
Many times. No, we're that's something else that makes Mission Raceway kind of famous, is it's the home of Larry Pfister. Back before the days of social media, Larry was an innovator on the internet with horsepowerheaven.com.
So we got Super Street coming next, and if you are a Super Street racer and you would like to participate, I sure hope that you are in the staging lanes. It would be a shame to miss the first Canadian Sports Nationals. Big shout out to RAD Torque Systems. They do so much for this sport, and certainly out here in this region. Obviously, the title sponsor here, the RAD Torque Systems Canadian SPORTSnats. And I know they're super proud to support this sport, support this event. For 30 years, they've been designing and manufacturing high-performance torque wrenches that are trusted by industries all around the world. They're built locally, sold globally. RAD Torque Systems, proud to support racers, fans, and the future of drag racing right here in Canada.
So tractors out there just giving the surface a little rub. Super Street pulled forward, ready to go. What a beautiful day we have on our hands for the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals here at River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Great day of qualifying and time trials yesterday. With eliminations starting off this morning. And we're going to end the day with a test hit for top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car, which will be just a little taste of what we're going to see over the course of Saturday and Sunday as they are part of the program for the divisional event following this national or sports national event. Here comes our first pair in Super Street. Dustin Ward, left lane out of Renton, Washington. Fred Hoffman out of Shoreline, Washington. Hoffman, a veteran in this class. Dustin Ward doesn't quite have the resume in Super Street that Fred Hoffman does, but he's been making his name very well known. Won the Division 6 championship in 2024. Hoffman with a long, long list of accomplishments. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Here comes that finish line, and it says Dustin Ward is moving on to round number 2, taking 0.03 of a second at the stripe. To be 1093 on the 1090 index, he was 009 to start off.
Be 00, take 00. It works almost every time. As we get ready for Casey Ladd and Darren O'Connor. Welcome to everybody on the live stream. If you're watching Super Street for the first time, this is one of the classes measured with precision. A lot of performance classes. The goal here to put 1090 on the boards, get there first without breaking out. Darren O'Connor. Advantage on the starting line, 1096 at 140, gets to the finish line first 16 thou and turns on the win light. Casey was behind up front. He was better down there, but he was still behind thanks to that late reaction time.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to the lanes for round number 1. Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Super Comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Larry Miner and James Elliott now. Miner in the left lane, Elliott in the right. And it's Larry Miner getting the win. 1098 does the job. All kinds of room up top as James Elliott was really nowhere to be seen. He was 1103 on the 1090 index. So Larry Miner coming back for round number 2. Check out the 57 in the right or in the left lane with a 56 in the right lane.
Take a little trip back in time here, John.
No kidding. Jay Schmidt and Brian McGinnis.
Two beautiful hot rods. Brian McGinnis off the throttle stop first. Jay Schmidt on the top end charge. How about 1090 with a 0?
How about it? With a 12 light to start things off, that's going to be tough to beat.
McGinnis laid up front, had to break it out trying to get there. He's still 25 thou behind. So that'll end his day as Warren Jacobson and Nicky Brown pull up to the line. Brown in the Corvette Roadster left-hand side out of Snohomish, Washington. Jacobson, the 67 Chevy 2 from just down the road in Abbotsford. Win light gonna shine for Nikki Brown. She's double 04 up front, 1092 with a 1 at 148. Puts her first by 35 thou. Jacobson behind on the tree, above the number. And that is not the recipe for success here in Super Street.
So Nikki Brown coming back. Tony Hopkins and Steve Veach down there now. Veach in the right lane behind the wheel of a 72 Duster. Hopkins in a 55 Chevrolet. So just to repeat, Super Comp. We need Super Comp to the lane. Super Comp to 5 and 6, please. Steve Veach is in front and puts it dead on the 1090 to turn on the win light. Had the starting line advantage, and he'll be coming back for round number 2. Doreen Dick coming up now, right-hand lane. The 84 Camaro for Rad Torque Systems. Along with Impact Powder Coat DC signs. Aaron Durham in the left lane. Gorgeous silver Nova. Couple of solid green lights. Here comes the finish line, and it says Doreen Dick is moving on in a double breakout. She was the lesser offender, so to speak.
So Herman Chan and Dan Parsons now. Parsons in the right, the 70 Duster, 500 cubic inches of Mopar power under the hood. And Chan from just down the road in Vancouver, British Columbia, the 67 Chevy Camaro. That thing sits right. Herman Chan's 003 to the wrong side of the tree, so the win light shines for Dan Parsons. Gets the free time shot here and puts it 1090 with a 1. Dan's ready to go today.
It most certainly appears that way. Dan's always ready to go. He's a pretty energetic, I think he's 69 years old, something like that. Does like 10 and 20 mile hikes and stuff like that, puts them on YouTube. Likes to call himself Adventure Dan. So a couple of mission regulars now facing off, as they do fairly often in our Lordco Super Combo class. Brad Vinci in the right lane, Martin Rochelle in the left, and Rochelle puts it dead on with a 0. 10.900 to turn on the win light. Vinci was a little late and in trouble. Ultimately went 10.88 with an 8, little under, but to no avail.
Matt Keelman and Zach Zerbrug here. I race with these guys all the time. They race with each other, and I think they pulled into the lanes wrong here this morning. Probably wishing they could have done this a little later in the day. Keelman, known for his big giant wheel stands in pro bracket, toned down a little bit here in Super Street with the throttle stop, the 70 Nova right-hand side. Zerbrug, one of the best bottom bulbers in this region, and he's pretty good at this Super Street stuff too. Matt Keelman has a whole lot of work to do, and he's not going to get it done. Zerbrug, 11 up front, 1091 at 122, gets to the finish line first by 0.07 of a second. Keelman was 70 on the let-go, and it was pretty much over.
That can be hard to fix. Now Al Meacham, right-hand lane, taking on Rob Zerbrug. Couple of Chevy Novas. Well, Zerbrug's may not be a Nova. Could be a Chevy too. Al Meacham gets it done. Gets there second, but turns on the win light. Zerbrug was 001 up front, then 1088 with a 0 through the top end, taking 62 thou. 42 thou would have worked.
42 would have worked. How about these two hot rods right here? A couple really nice looking machines. Dustin Martin coming off a runner-up finish at the 5 grander down in Woodburn last weekend. 10 grander. matter of fact. Zach Rice, that beautiful low-slung Chevy 2 left-hand side. We're both away on the green. They're both off the stop and headed to the top end. Wind light gonna shine for Dustin Martin in a double breakout. 1088 at 146. 1083 with a 7 at 148. Martin breaks it out by 14 thou. Rice by 62 thou. And 14 is less than 62. So Dustin Martin's headed to round number 2.
So it's been a little while since we've seen this yellow Nova here at Mission Raceway. The old Woolly Bully car. Lane Savar now wheeling that car. Taking on Gary Erickson here in round 1. Just 4 thousandths difference at the starting line, and at the finish line, it is Erickson getting there first by 1 thou to turn on the wind light. Savar actually had the advantage on the starting line, 13-17, but comes up 10.95 at the finish. Now Jerry Brown and Jess Dale. Jess Dale in that very cool 1970 Dart in the right-hand lane. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take super stock to the lanes. You know the drill. You're on a ladder, so show up prepared to get paired up. Once again, super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take super stock to the lanes, please. So Jerry Brown wins a double breakout by a pretty tiny margin. Both cars go 1087 with a 5. So we go to the 4th digit. Jerry Brown gets the win. 1087.55 is a little bit slower, or yes, than 1087.5 with a 0.
5/10 thou, man. That's a pretty thin margin right there.
Absolutely is. And that's going to put a wrap on Super Street. Well, good morning, Mike.
Morning, John.
How are we this morning?
Doing quite well, quite well. Another beautiful day at the racetrack.
It absolutely is. And a historic morning here at Mission Raceway Park, as we are in round 1 of eliminations for everything, and ultimately we're going to be handing out national event Wallies at the end of this day. So with Super Street in the books, we go from 1090 to 890. Here comes Super Comp.
Here comes Super Comp, and we have Blue Hayball in the left lane. Here out of Fort Idaho. Lined up next to Reed Holland from Martinsville, Saskatchewan. Reed Holland driving with Executive Protection Services, Houston Pizza, Gulf Race Fuels, and Hardcore Performance. Reed Holland getting off the line a little quicker, but it doesn't pay off at the big end. We got Blue Hayball running at 890 with a 5. 5 thou off thou. Reed Holland putting down an 888. Little bit too quick. Now we got Rod Belsham in the shorty in the TCS lane, lined up next to David Archambault here out of Calgary in that 1991 Ford Probe. And this car is for sale. starting line over to David. David getting off the line with a 003 reaction time, crossing the straight with an 8:85 at a $1:57.
So Archibald gets a time trial this morning. Says thanks for that. Next pair now, Emmett McKillop and Justin Bond. Justin Bond, talk about a busy guy. Supposed to be down at the national event qualifying for Pro Mod, but he is not able to make the Pro Mod race due to a funeral he's got to attend tomorrow. So he's got Travis Harvey behind the wheel of his Pro Mod here this weekend, but he is free this Thursday and Friday to run the Canadian SPORTSnationals. So here he is in one of his dragsters running Super Comp. So Emmett McKillop wins a double breakout. Bond 888 with a 7. Emmett McKillop 889 with an 8. McKillop had the starting line advantage, and he's coming back for round number 2.
We got Greg Taylor in the TCS lane. Here out of Olympia, Washington, was the 2025 Seattle Divisional runner-up, the 23 Seattle Divisional winner, the 2022 Boise Divisional runner-up, and the 2017 Seattle Nationals runner-up. Lined up next to Justin Jewell from Spokane in the Lordco lane.
Wow, I'm not sure I've seen this before. Matching Trip Zip reds. Trip Zip with a 3 red. But Justin Jewell gets the win, so I guess Greg Taylor, once you work it out to the 5th digit, had the earlier red light. Then at the finish line, just for good measure, they both go 890, dead on the index. One with a 5, the other with a 3. Unbelievable. Now Danny Hodder will take on Warren Keene. Warren Keene in the right lane out of Prince George, BC. Hodder out of Renton, Washington. So one of these drivers with a sizable starting line advantage, but it's not your winner. Danny Hodder goes 089 up front, then 893 and gets the win light. Warren Keene taking a 1/10.5 at the stripe to be under by a few hun. I'll bet he'd like to have a do-over on that, but that's not how drag racing works. Now Dale Green and Chris Stone. Chris Stone playing in Super Comp this weekend. So I'll give you a little hint. Chris Stone does not own a throttle stop. Chris Stone is going to round number 2. Gets a time trial here this morning and puts it dead 0. How about a 18 thou package? Nice job, Chris Stone. Dale Green goes 8.9001. Problem was he was 4 thou red on the starting line. Boy, we're having some fun here this morning, Mike.
Yeah, we got a full house up in the tower here, too. Selena Lenihan. Kirkland, Washington, the left lane. Lined up next to Dylan Howell from Junction, Oregon. One of these drivers got off the line quite a bit better, and it appears to have worked in his favor. Dylan in the right lane with a 892. getting off the starting line with a 007 reaction time. We got Brandon Hutchinson, the left lane out of Shawnigan, BC, which is our recent John Scotty winner, lined up next to Paul Nero from Aurora, Oregon.
5,000ths the difference back here at the starting line. Here comes the finish line, and it says Paul Nero is your winner. Both drivers go under Nero by just 6/10 thou. 889 with a 9. So Nero coming back for round number 2. So Brandon Hutchinson's recent win streak ends. As Mike mentioned, he was a winner last or 2 weekends ago at the Northwest National Open here at Mission. So next pair, working their way into the beams. Mark Gillespie, right lane. Mark Loftus, left lane. Mark versus Mark. 2 green lights. The race is on. Wow. 890 beats 890. Yeah, Mark Gillespie. 002, then 890 with a 0 to put together 2 thou total. Nicely done. Now Chris Cannon and Steve Horton. Chris Cannon in the Corvette Roadster. Steve Horton in the Dragster. And out in front, getting chased down by the Corvette Roadster. And Chris Cannon is moving on. Dragster gets there first by 6 thou, but is under by 11 thou. Chris Cannon, 011 on the tree, 1091, or sorry, 891 with a 2 at the finish line. Couple of black dragsters now, Bobby Gordon and Randy Beck. Anchorage, Alaska in the left lane, Bobby Gordon. Randy Beck in the right lane out of Tacoma, Washington. Randy Beck, 2-time winner at the Northwest Nationals. Bobby Gordon took kind of a weird bump right after he staged. I was afraid of the red light coming on, but he actually went 001. Worked out pretty good. Randy Beck was late with an 057 light. So Robbie Gordon, his 896, getting there ahead of Randy Beck's 893. Coming back for round 2.
We got Tori Lee in the tower lane, driving an 03 Mullis Dragster chassis. 3rd-time Division 6 champion. And right lane, Andrew Morris lights up the win light on that one. Both drivers broke out. Andrew Morris by slightly less. Off dial by 1 thou. Margin 6/10,000ths between those two cars at the finish line. We got Emily Gerard in the left lane. Driving her undercover chassis dragster, lined up next to Ryan O'Connor from Ponoka, Alberta. Ryan driving along with Floors with Flair, Rad Torque, Tech Forestry, Bent Racing, and Caribou Electric. Couple of green lights off the starting line. Emily Gerard lighting up the win light, getting off the line with a 008 reaction time, putting down a 891. Next to Ryan O'Connor, who put down an 890 with a 6, but got off the line quite a bit slower than Emily. We got James Cowie in the tower lane, Mundy's Towing and Recovery. Pulling up into the staging beams right now for a solo pass. James Cowie, bit of a sleepy start at the starting line, crosses the finish line with an 886 at a $1.84.
So that puts Super Comp in the books. We've got Super Stock paired up and ready to go. Just giving the starting line a little bit of a tune-up. Dial it into maximum hook. So just a little bit ago, we were talking about that day in history, a little over 25 years ago at Mission Raceway Park, when the first ever 9-second run was recorded in Stock Eliminator. Well, we've got Super Stock coming up. History was also made in the class of Super Stock here at Mission Raceway, when in the same year, just a couple of days prior, the first ever 7-second run was made in Super Stock.
So here we go with Super Stock. Alan Marshall going to get a competition single here. Larry Peterson could not make the call. So a free ride for the Super Stock 55 Chevy. A beautiful, beautiful hot rod. He's 32 up front, sends it on down through there. 11:57 with a 2. He put an 11:57 on the boards. Nice little pass for Allen right there. That'll bring up Dave Jung and Maurice Blenheim. Blenheim in the left, the Super Stock E-Automatic 70 Nova. Built that thing at home in his garage. Out of Langley, British Columbia, looks to his right and sees Dave Jung, the 3rd gen Super Stock K-Automatic Camaro.
Dave Jung driving along with JVS equipment next to the big JVS equipment ad on the side of the track there.
10:44 on the board for Jung. Blenheim, 10:35. Will give him the spot. Wheels up for Dave Jung. He's out front. Blenheim on the chase. Pulls up beside him at 1,000 feet. Wind light gonna shine for Dave Jung. Gets to the finish line first by over a 10th. So Blenheim not able to run the number he was looking for. 10:69 at 124. 10:65 at 109 and off the gas for Dave Jung. Good enough to turn on the wind light here in round number 1. Attention in the pits, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster, we will take you to the lanes for round number 1. Top dragster. Dougal Thomas and Bill Bushmaker. Bushmaker's away in the CUDA. Dougal Thomas turns at 25, foul red. So it's a free look at the finish line for Bushmaker. 11:10 at 119 on the 11 flat dial. Dougal, 25, thou red, 992 at 131, and his day is done. So that'll bring up Troy Olsenowski and Brian Thompson. Olsenowski, a really good start to the season at Pomona. Out of Edgewood, Washington, the big long roof 66 wagon, that's a Super Stock O-Automatic machine. Thompson to his left out of Federal Way, the M-Automatic Fox body notchback. And he turns at 10 thou red, so Olsenowski gets a free look and heads to round number 2.
Olsenowski seeing nothing but the sky for the first 100 feet of his run. Big healthy wheelie for that wagon. We got Nicholas Shepard in the J body. Cavalier in the left lane. Lined up next to Burt Taylor out of Spruce, Alberta in the Camaro. Couple of wheels up leaves for both the cars. Burt Taylor getting off the line with a 008, lighting up the wind light at the big end with a 1023 at a $129. Nicholas Shepard running a 928 at 132 miles an hour. Little bit too quick on that run.
Rick McKinney and Greg Amore now. McKinney got the win at the Vegas Divisional earlier this year. He's in the right-hand side out of Richmond, BC. That's a GTN automatic 3rd gen Camaro. He got 4 national event wins, looking for number 5 here in Mission. Greg to his left, the factory Super Stocker 2013 Mustang. 934 on the boards, giving up a second on the start to McKinney. They're both away on the green. more, grabbing high gear. Big top end charge. Winlight gonna shine for Rick McKinney. He had 15th thou in his pocket up front. Gets to the stripe first by 10th thou. 10:43 at 126 on the 39 dial. 9:38 at 137 for a more. Puts him 10th thou behind at the stripe.
We got Oliver Baxter in the tower lane. The silver 1985 Chevy Monte Carlo lined up with the second gen 02 S10 of Rob Stultz from Marysville, Washington. Oliver Baxter with a 1022 dial. Rob Stultz with a 1007. And the S10 does it with a 1007 with a 9.
Scott Burton and Ken Johnston now. Scott's in the left, the new to him, GTD automatic Pontiac Sunfire 893 on the boards. He'll give up 2.5 seconds to Ken Johnston. The 55 Chevy, that's a GTQ automatic, 1113 the number for Johnston. Johnston's away, here comes Burton. And when he pulls up alongside of Ken, that thing is gonna be singing. Winlight for Scott Burton, gets there first 24th thou, 897 at 139 on the 93 dial, 1116 at 117. Puts Johnston above the number and behind at the stripe. Quick look at the track here. We'll get right back underway. I see him shutting the doors. Jody Lang and Ty Gaynor coming at you next. Jody Lang is pretty good at this stuff. Ty Gaynor's got a brand new bullet under the hot rod of that Sun Auto factory GTD Chevy Cobalt. Getting the kinks worked out of that thing last weekend at Woodburn. I talked to Tommy in the pits last night. He says he thinks they got it tuned up and ready to go. Tough draw this morning with Jody Lang sitting next to you. The Super Stock L Automatic Malibu dials it up 1078. He'll get the jump on Gaynor, who puts a 925 up on the boards. Got a little bit of work to do. See if he can get it done at the top end. No, he can't. You give Jody Lang 5 hunt on the starting line, and it's probably not going to work out too well for you. He's 16, gets there 16, 1078 with a 5 on the 78 dial. Gaynor breaks it out 3 hun. Had to break it out 24th out to do it. Jody Lang to round number 2. And Brad Burton on the single here. Burton got the win at Boise just a few weeks ago. Number 5 on the window. Chasing another championship here this year. This is a good way to start at the Mission National event. Wheels up in the Firebird and headed to the big end. Threw a 1040 on the boards. Clicks it off. 939 at 123. That thing is fast. So they put the tractor out on the track, and Top Dragster coming your way.
Just wanted to take a quick minute. Do a little shout out to Lordco Auto Parts. a major sponsor here at River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway. Lordco, a 100% Canadian-owned company, founded in 1974 in Maple Ridge, BC. It has grown into Western Canada's largest automotive parts retailer with over 85 store locations across BC and Alberta, plus 19 truck centers. Lordco has become the go-to parts supplier for racers, weekend wrenchers, and truck builders all across Western Canada.
Tractor is off. And we are getting ready for Top Dragster presented by Wright Trailers. Tires are hot here in Top Dragster, and it's going to be Clint Geisey and Casey Plager to start us out. Geisey, left-hand side out of Enumclaw, Washington. Backing up that Roto-Paint machine. Plager to his right, the reigning, defending world champion. The 2008 mullet, 615 cubic inches, sitting behind the cage. Geisey, couple purges of the nitrous, 668 on the boards for Clint. He'll be giving chase to Plager. 724, the number for Casey. Driving the stripe at 200 mile an hour. It's my kind of party. For Clint Geisey. Casey Plager sees it, gets out of the gas. 726 at 175. Geisey's car didn't want to leave. Tough break for Clint here in round number one. So we'll see Casey at least one more time as Ed Vanderkoy and Benji Martin complete the burnouts. Martin's backing it up right-hand side. The 2014 Race Tech out of Selah, Washington. He'll be on the chase down 674. Vanderkoy to his left. The 2008 Yancer machine dialed in at 747. Spider Electric, IMIX RV, and my man George LeBlanc helping out Vanderkoy.
You'll notice Vanderkoy in the TCS lane with those very unique fenders over those slicks.
Win light shines for Benji Martin. Vanderkoy was 007. Benji's reaction time started with a 4. And I'm not sure what he was looking at, but he wasn't looking to his right. Vanderkoy gets to the stripe by 4/10, breaks it out 6th thou. Needed to take 475 or less. That is tough. Martin, way off on the reaction time, 2 above the number, but somehow the win light shines. How about this matchup right here, Mike?
Well, we got Tammy Pigault from Abbotsford driving along with Rad Torque Systems, lining up next to Dan Provo, my mistake, also with Rad Torque Systems. I've just been informed that Dan Provo is Rad Torque Systems. Oh! And Dan hands over the win light to Tammy in the left lane, leaving by 9/10 early. Tammy running a 10:14 with a 2, getting off the line with a 0.30 reaction time. Solid run for Tammy and a tough break for Dan with that one. We got James Kennedy in the left lane. TNT Dragster driving with Ken Specialty Automotive and Color Compass Corporation. Lined up next to Dylan Ho from Junction, Oregon. Dylan in the Lorco lane driving the Race Tech Dragster, along with BMD Incorporated, Cascade Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach Centers, and Justin Lamb Racing.
Dylan just got this hot rod put together, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Finished number 7 in the world last year. He's 11 thou behind on the tree, and he gets there first 14 to break it out 12. Needed to take 2 thou or less. Kennedy, let's go 005. 7-11 at 186, following Dylan through the finish line and turning on the win line. Tough break for Dylan here in round number 1. He was 16 up front, not too bad, and just took too big of a bite down at the finish line. And how about Grant Dury? Got the win at the Phoenix Divisional earlier this year. Got the win at the Winter Nationals. Competition Eliminator, we'll take you to the staging lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator, round number 1. We will take you to the staging lanes at this time. So Dury gonna face off against Jeffrey Havens here. Havens out of Harrow, Washington in the right. 7:18 on the boards, he'll leave first. 5 hun later, Grant's gonna turn it loose and try to run him down. Haven, 10 and dead on 6, 16 total. Gets there first 21 thou. And 16 total locks out Grant Dury, who's 76 on the let go and has no chance to win the race. That'll bring up your number 1 qualifier, Aaron Steinke. Put it 6:16 yesterday. 959 cubic inches of Pat Moosey power sitting behind the cage. A purge of the nitrous puts 612 on the boards. We'll see what he does. On the tree for Steinke. 610 with a 7 at 227 mile an hour. Aaron Steinke says, come get some. Cody Baker and Chris Burton now. Baker's in the left out of High River, Alberta, Canada. 7:07 on the boards for Cody. He'll leave first. Barton will try to run him down. Coming out of Spokane, Washington, the 2026 Race Tech machine. Purging a whole bunch of nitrous off the top. He dials it in at 6:57. Clean and green, 7th thou. The difference up here, double breakout win, gonna go to Cody Baker. He's 21 on the tree, that's 7th thou better than Chris Barton's 28. Barton gets to the stripe first by 002, breaks it out 7th thou. Baker, 706 with a 9 on the 707, puts him 2/10 thou under the dial. So he'll get the win light here in round number 1.
Monty Beagle in the tower lane with Beagle Automotive with a 692 dial, lined up next to Aaron Young in the Lordco lane. 770 dial. Monty Beagle getting there with a 696 at a $180. Aaron Young ran a 773 at 174 miles an hour. Monty Beagle moving on in today's competition.
Steve Horn and Andy Morris now. Winner of this pair has a date with Aaron Steinke in round number 2. Morris in the right, 729 on the board, 675 the number for Horn, left-hand side, out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Rad Torque Systems on board. JS Power Sports. Andy Morris clicks at 1 thou red, so the win light shines for Stephen Horn, and he'll see Aaron Steinke in round number 2. Derek Shirk and Jessica Jewell now. Jewell backing it up right-hand side out of Spokane, Washington. 2024 Race Tech machine dials in at 696, and she'll be on the chase. Shirk to the left. Rad Torque Systems on board, dials it up 763. Winner here will face Casey Plaisir in round number 2. Clean and green for one of them. They're both green, but only one of them was clean. Jessica Jewell going to get the win light here. 31 up front, 698 on the 96 dial at 182 miles an hour. Puts her 700 ahead at the stripe. Shirk was super late on the tree, puts it 2 above the dial, puts him 74 thou behind at the big end. Jessica Jewell to round number 2.
We got Jeremy Soares out of Terrace in the tower lane, driving with Quick Tech Race Cars, 733 dial, lined up next to Megan Lee Gaynor out of Vancouver, Washington, with a 669 dial. Of course, this race will determine who will be running up next to Monty Beagle in the next round of eliminations. Jeremy Soares lighting up the win light with a 736 on his 733 dial. Getting off the line with a 004 reaction time. Jeremy Soares will be moving on to the next round, lining up next to Monty Beagle.
Justin Bond and Ty Gaynor now. Just saw his mom go down here in round number 1. See if he can avenge the loss. Gaynor's down 748 in the right. He'll leave first. The Sun Auto Machine. And then Justin Bond. JBS Equipment, 687 on the boards, is going to try to run him down.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas to the staging lanes. Super Gas lanes 1 and 2. That's Super Gas to the staging lanes 1 and 2.
Ty Gaynor turns in 3 thou red, and that will end his day here in Top Dragster. Justin Bond, 39 up front, 689 at 196 on the 87 dial. Good enough to get it done after Ty clicks it red and then puts it dead on 1. Almost a really, really nice lap from Ty Gaynor. And that'll bring up Cooper Chun and Justin Dalhanic. We talked about Grant Dury's good year to start so far. Cooper Chun has had himself one heck of a year so far in Top Dragster as well. Got the win at the Pomona Divisional. Grabbed the big Wally at the Phoenix National. He'll leave first out 750. Dalhanic put 691 on the board. He'll try to chase him down. To the top end we go. 6 thou separates him up here. Double breakout win gonna go to Cooper Chun. He's 14 up front, 749 with a 4 on the 50 dial. He's 5 thou under the dial. Dalhanic was 6 thou behind on the tree, 685 on the 91. Gets him there first by 46 thou, but he broke it out 57 thou to do it. So Cooper Chun to round number 2. It'll be Steinke and Horn, Havens and Bond, Kennedy and Martin, Baker on the single, Casey Plaisir and Jessica Jewell, Tammy Peugeot and Cooper Chun, Jeremy Soares and Monty Beagle. Puts a bow on Top Dragsters presented by Wright Trailers as we get ready to move into Comp Eliminator.
Well, we go from Top Dragster to Super Gas, back to a Super Class. Oh, excuse me, what am I talking about? Competition Eliminator. Probably the coolest class on the grounds here this weekend, Mike. Kevin Perkin and Jeff Lane. A couple of high winding small blocks lined up beside each other here, to say the very least. Just 5 thou difference at the tree. Here comes the finish line. And it goes the way of Kevin Perkins. Oh. So, correction. Jeff Lane's your winner. Getting to the stripe first by 61 thousandths of an inch. Or, sorry, of a second. That would be a small stripe. So the computer incorrectly indicated Kevin Perkin getting the win, which he would have if it was a double breakout situation with breakout applying, but that's not the case in Comp Eliminator. We're just making a small adjustment to the computer. Anthony Schmiedel and Ralph Pepigam going to make up our next pairing. Couple of altereds. So a couple of A Econo altereds. Down there at the starting line, a Bantam and a Roadster. Anthony Schmiedel and Ralph Pepigam. Ralph Van Pepigam in the right-hand lane. So the computer system was being a little non-cooperative. We've got it whipped back into shape now. So we're going to start this staging procedure over one more time. So Schmiedel has backed himself up behind the water box. He's going to opt for another burnout. Ralph over in the right lane. Says, no, I'm fine. So Anthony Schmiedel and Ralph Pepigam. The index, 791 for A Econo altered. Big block Chevrolets stuffed into a tiny little chassis that weighs very little. Big starting line advantage for Ralph Van Pepigam, and he turns on the win light. 7:29, doing 179 miles an hour at the finish line. Schmiedel gave up on it. Coasts across at 7:31.
We got Kimberly Carter in the tower lane, piloting that dragster here all the way from Arizona. Lined up next to Ryan Warder from Washington in the Sunfire in the Lordco lane. Ryan Warder going to be leaving first. 910 dial next to Kimberly Carter's 760 dial. win light for Kimberly Carter, getting off the line of the 004 reaction time. Putting down a 693 at 190 miles per hour. Next to Ryan's 853 at a $157. Now we got Dean Carter, Kimberly Carter's husband. Same lane, one run after the other. Husband and wife, love to see it. Dean Carter with a 727 dial in the tower lane, lined up next to Dino Cost out of Auburn, Washington, with a 790 dial. Dean Carter, 7-time divisional champion, 3-time national champ. Two green lights, and Dean Carter is going to chase him down and lights up the win light with a 675 at a $167 next to Dino's 748 at 171 miles per hour.
So Joe Locke and Cody Lane going to line up. A. Econo altered over in the right lane. Joe Locke, 715. Or sorry, no, that would be his index. He's 700 some odd cubic inches, though. I do know that. The Sonny Leonard power plant between the frame rails. Joe Locke, left lane, index 715. Cody Lane in the right lane, the index 790. Couple of green lights, one decidedly better than the other. Win light comes on for Cody Lane. He was 024 up front, goes 759 against the 790 index. Plenty safe. Getting to the stripe first by almost a quarter second. Joe Locke kind of missed the tree. When your reaction time starts with a 3, it's really hard to turn win lights on, even in competition eliminator.
And that was the last two cars making their pass for comp eliminator. Got the track crew just hosing down the track with some sticky sauce.
You gotta like that. So Super Gas coming up next. We've done 1090, we've done 890. We're about to do 990.
Well, as the track crew is looking over the track on this beautiful June 12th, I have some fun June 12th facts for you relative to automotive history. June 12th, 1940, Ford Motor Company agreed to help build aircraft engines for the Allied war effort. So 1940, Ford Motor Co. went to war. It marked one of the biggest shifts from automotive manufacturing to military production, eventually leading to massive factories like Willow Run producing B-24 bombers. Here's another fun one for you. June 12th, 1987. The Ferrari F40 is unveiled on this day. Ferrari revealed the legendary F40, built to celebrate Ferrari's 40th anniversary. It was the last model personally approved by Enzo himself. Twin-turbo V8, lightweight construction, and a top speed over 200 miles per hour made it an instant icon that many enthusiasts still consider the greatest supercar ever built. The F40 has no ABS, no traction control, no power steering, and no automatic transmission. And if you've seen what they're going for these days, they are not cheap. There is a local one in the Lower Mainland here. It's black on black on black. And the price tag for that car was in the millions. Shout out River Valley Ford, Mission's only Ford dealership, serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. A single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long.
Attention in the pit, Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle will take you to staging lanes 5 and 6 now. 5 and 6 for Sportsman Motorcycle as we get set to move into Super Gas. So we go from a class in comp that we measure in performance back to a class in Super Gas that we measure in precision. And the performance is just a tool to get there. We're looking for 990s on the board. Kirk Lance and Rory Mosier kicking us off. Mosier's in the left in the Roadster. Won the 2026 John Scotty Canadian Championship in Super Gas. The 68 Camaro Roadster of Kirk Lance to his right. 12 thou red for Rory Mosier will send Kirk Lance into round number 2. He's 14 on the let-go. Runs it out, puts it 988 with an 8 on the 990 dial. Rory Mosier, tough break here in round number 1. As we get things going here at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals at Mission Raceway Park, a historic inaugural event up here in beautiful Mission, British Columbia. Daryl Baker and Nathan Huber now. Huber, last year's D6 Super Gas champ, the S10 pickup right-hand side. He's behind on the tree. He's behind at the finish line, but it's a double breakout, and Huber breaks it out less. Baker, 44 up front, gets to the stripe first, 65 thou, but he broke it out 55 thou to do it. Needed to take 10 or less. So Nathan Huber moves to round number 2 as Greg Hare and Mark Simmons come to the line. Hare finished number 3 in Division 6 last year, that third-gen Camaro left-hand side. Looks to his right and sees Mark Simmons. Absolutely gorgeous. 2025 built 69 Camaro Roadster out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. And Mark Simmons is 2 thou red. Greg Hare gonna send it into round number 2 here. He's 31 on the let go off the stop and headed to the finish line. How about 990 with a 4 for Greg Hare? Simmons, 992 at 161 after he clicked it red. His day is finished. And Glenn Golden, in what might be my favorite car of the weekend, I was really taking a fancy to that Nova that Lane Savar is driving. But this C3 Corvette that Glenn is wheeling is absolutely gorgeous. Comes out of Surrey, British Columbia. Brent McKinney to his left out of Wilsonville, Oregon, the first-gen Corvette Roadster. Waits to pull it up into the beams. Off the stop first. Here comes Brent McKinney. Advantage on the starting line to Glenn Golden, and he's going to get the win light too. 001 up front, 992 at 139. Gets to the stripe first, 14 thou. McKinney, let's go 20. Puts it 992 at 164. And that puts him 14 thou behind at the stripe. Eddie Plaisir and Chris Cannon now. Cannon's in the left. 615 cubic inches under the hood of that 63 Corvette Roadster. Plaisir's immaculate 56 Chevy to his right. Rad torque systems on board, impact powder coating. Out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We're both green. Eddie Plaisir's off the stop first and headed for the finish line, but here comes Chris Cannon, and at the stripe it's going to be Eddie Plaisir. What a race. 4 thou advantage to Plaisir on the starting line. Gets to the stripe first by 2 thou. 991 at 146. Cannon, 30 on the let go. He's also 991 at 161. But he's behind 4 thou at the starting line. He's still behind 2 thou at the finish line. Eddie Plaisir to round number 2. Dan Davis and Brandon Hutchinson now. Hutchinson turns at 4 thou red, so Dan Davis to round number 2. And Top Sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time. Top Sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time. We have called Sportsman Motorcycle, and now we're calling Top Sportsman. Round number 1, we'll take you to the lanes.
Kevin McNichol in the red Chevy 2 in the tower lane. Line up next to Ed Hutchinson. Ed Hutchinson in that beautiful C1 Corvette in the Lorco lane. Ed Hutchinson lighting up the win light with a 993 at a $152. Next to Kevin McNichol's 996 at a $133. We got Todd Sims from Puyallup, Washington. in the Ford Probe in the Tower Lane. One of the many cars popular to be turned into a drag car that left factory with not a heck of a lot of horsepower and front-wheel drive. Lined up next to Joshua Meloff in that C1 Corvette. Todd Sims driving along with Puget Sound Petroleum. Robert's floor covering, Cindy Sims Aflac. Fuel Factory, and Todd wanted to say, Dad, we love you. Four bulbs lit and a couple of green lights. And lighting up the wind light is the Lordco lane, Joshua Meloff, putting down a 992 at 159 miles per hour. We got Donald Jewell in the bright red Corvette in the Tower Lane next to Andrew Sargent from Lethbridge, Alberta in the Daytona. Andrew Sargent with VTAC Chassis Works, Western Canadian Rockwell. And Andrew leaving a little bit early by 13th thou, handing the wind light to Donald. In the left lane, Donald getting off the line cleanly with an 0.80 reaction time, putting down a 10.00 at a $1.66. We have Kevin Griffiths in the left lane, a little red hot rod roadster, lined up next to Dean Peterson in the 2008 Mustang, bright green car. Both cars got into the power. Dan Peterson pulled ahead of him. Kevin Griffiths takes the win on that one with a 990 with a 7. Clean run for Kevin. 990 with a 7 at 148 miles per hour. Getting off the line with a 006 reaction time. So now we have Steve Lowe, the third gen Firebird, in the left lane. Line up next to Sandra Bracy-Nero from Aurora, Oregon. In that silver and red flamed out Corvette. Win light for Sandra. Sandra putting down a 993, 004. Margin between the two cars. Sandra with 169 miles per hour across the finish line. And a better reaction time off the line too. Going green by 19th thou. We have Cooper Chun in the left lane, the Corvette Roadster, lined up next to David Archambault in the 57 Chevy Roadster in the right lane. 57 Chevy versus a 57 Chevy. Both drivers clean off the line. One driver much quicker off the line, but it doesn't pay off in the end. Cooper Chun putting down a 991. 153 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't do overnight stuff, but I do. I did 21 miles.
No, we don't get into a tree test. It's all good. We're checking to see there is no
Now we're moving on from Super Gas
confirm with you for back with us. Let's run these a little slow. Just make sure if it's a split tree, we've got it covered.
to Sportsman Motorcycle.
I've been lucky enough to get 2 enchantments per week.
Stephen Campbell in the silver 1983 Suzuki, powered by a 1570 cc engine, lined up next to Cody Compton. 2008 Suzuki. Cody's sitting on top of a 1340 cc engine. 807 down the left lane. So Stephen Campbell leaves second. Both riders with excellent reaction times. And it goes to Stephen Campbell, lighting up the win light with an 811 on his 807 dial. Crossing the stripe at 158 miles an hour. Stephen with a 005 reaction time. Cody Compton with a 001 reaction time, but went a little bit too quick on that run. Now we have Dave Toth in the Kawasaki in the left lane. 843 dial. He's sitting on top of 1500 cc's. We got Doug Porritt in the right lane on an Arctic Cat sled. That sled is 1000 cc flavor with a 970 dial in. And it looks like Doug's having some problems there, hopping off his machine, so Dave Toth will be running a solo run. Clean leave off the line for Dave Toth, and he runs a 850 at a $150. Now we go from Dave Toth to Riley Toth on the 2002 Kawasaki. 1500 cc unit in the tower lane, lined up next to Cody Minor, 1986 Suzuki. Cody's piloting a 1428, riding with Stargate Technologies, IMEX RV, and Dave Toth. So father first, both sons now. And it goes to Riley Toth with an 878 on his 863 dial. Jay Dudley, 2005 Yamaha 998cc unit in the left lane, lined up next to Zach Toth. On the Kawasaki in the right lane with an 856 dial-in. Jay Dudley with a 971 getting off the line first. Zach Toth with an 859 on his 856 dial will be moving on in today's competition. Crossing the stripe at a $149. Miles Hodder in the right lane. 1570 powered Suzuki. Lined up next to Lindsey Miller in the tower lane. Lindsey Miller, the reigning D6 champ. And Lindsey Miller, the D6 champ, putting down a 926 at a $140. Lighting up the win light and taking miles out of today's competition. Shannon Frank in the left lane, that bright, vibrant, greeny yellow machine. The Ski-Doo next to Al Oman's motorcycle, the Kawasaki, in the right lane.
Is this a turbo sled?
Al Oman handing over the win light to the TCS lane. Shannon Frank putting down an 839 on her 808 dial. 166 miles an hour across the stripe at the big end. Al Oman leaving a little bit early. Going red by 18 thou.
If you ever, John, if you ever want to get some good days.
Steve Miller in the tower lane. Not the musician. Riding his 2006 Suzuki 1441cc unit. Lined up next to Donald DePeel on that 1974 Kawasaki with a 859 dial in. Clean launch for both drivers, and it is Steve Miller who lights up the win light, running an 882 at a $147.
How long does it take you from Sweet Rock?
So they're turning the tractor back around. We're going to bring it back up here one more time, and we'll get into the final class here at round number 1, the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. A barn burner of a qualifying session last night in Top Sportsman. Want to make sure to tell you about Vision 1. You're out here, you're turning it around in between rounds. You're going to get your hands dirty, exposing them to race gas and oil and methanol and brake clean. Stop using brake clean to wash your hands. Use Vision 1. Your hands do deserve better. Developed by doctors. It's really heavy-duty stuff, but it's made with natural oil, so it'll clean all the stuff off your hands without doing damage. And you're going to tear up enough stuff out here this weekend. There's no need to also tear up your hands. Make sure you check out vision1handcleaner.com or check them out on Facebook. It's really good stuff. I got to use it a couple days ago, and I'm going to be ordering me some. So check out Vision 1. Get it in your trailer, make it a part of your program, and take care of your hands. We're going to kick things off here with Barry Stetner and John Ermish. Stetner's in the right. The 69 Pro Mod looking Camaro out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Ermish in the left, the 06 Cavalier out of Renton, Washington. Rhoda Miller on board. And Ermish will be on the chase. 682 on the boards for John. 752 the number for Barry Stetner. Ermish, your number 6 qualifier. Stetner slotted it in the number 18 spot. Real fast bracket racing, driving the stripe at nearly 200 miles an hour. Here in Top Sportsman, presented by Wright Trailers. John Ermish clicks at 37 thou red, so Barry Stetner's bringing it around at least one more time. Barry's 35 on the tree, then 756 at 178. Ermish ran it out and was close to his number. Had he not turned it red, it would have had us a good little drag race right there. Jan Christensen and Brody Soares backing him up now. Christensen in the left. That absolutely bright, loud, green 2026 Camaro. Dialed 703. Jan's going to be on the chase. Try to run down Brody Soares. The 03 Cavalier from Terrace, British Columbia dials it up 768. My weather station reads 855 on the density altitude, 52% humidity, and 69 degrees. That's pretty good conditions for some high performance here today. Be consistently getting warmer throughout the weekend. It'll be interesting to see how everyone adjusts, tunes their cars as it gets hotter and hotter. We'll be in the low 90s, I believe, by the time we get to Eliminations on Sunday. Away on the green and a big advantage for Brody Soares. Gonna turn on the wind light. 22 up front. Christensen missed it up front. 771 at 173 on the 68 dial. Brody Soares headed to round number 2. I forget, I'm talking in Fahrenheit here. My man Mike just reminded me that y'all might not know what I'm talking about when I say it's gonna be in the 90s. It's gonna be hot is what that means.
We got a high of 24 today and tomorrow a high of 30, so
That's cold where I come from.
yeah.
Bill King and Dale Phillips now. We were talking about Bill yesterday. He went on a heck of a run last year in Top Sportsman, especially early on in the season. That car has been a battle of fits and starts for Bill and Jessica. They battled and battled to just get it over 200. And they're finally in the 210 range. He's on the chase down 659. Dale Phillips way out front. Here comes Bill King. I don't know if he's going to get there. He is not. Bill's reaction time started with a 7. That is not what he was looking for. Trouble on the starting line. No way to get there. Phillips, 30 on the tree, 748 at 174, and that's good enough to go to round number 2. Jeremy Waterman and Kirk Lance here. Waterman started off the season pretty good. He got the win at the Vegas Divisional. Kirk Lance, an absolute moonshot last night. They called their shot. The final car down the track in qualifying. Number 1 was a 611. I got a text on my phone that said, we're going for number 1. I said, that's a real small window. Came up here, put it 610 with a 3 to take over the number 1 spot. Dials the class minimum right here at 610. So he'll give chase to Waterman, left-hand side, dialed 726. Breaks it out 16 thou. 724 with a 3 on the 26 dial. He was 13 up front. Lance misses it on the tree. Reaction time starts with a 1. 611 at 224. Follows Waterman through and takes it to round number 2. Attention in the pit. Stock eliminator. Round number 2. Stock eliminator. We will take you to the lanes for round number 2, please. Stock eliminator, round number 2 to the lanes. Mike Lucas and Blake Foster. Foster's in the left. He dials it up 799 and he'll get the jump. Lucas, 725 on the boards for the low slung Chevy Camaro. but he can't run the number. 8:10 at 166 puts him 37 thou behind at the stripe. Lucas was a little late. 56 on the let go, 7:27 at 175. Puts him ahead 37 thou and turns on the win light. So Mike Lucas just booked him a date with Barry Stetner in round number 2.
And Blake Foster, come on up to the tower for your perfect light sticker. I hear there's already been a perfect light today, so the cup is not up for grabs. But a trip zip patch is something nice to sew onto your vest. We do not have patches, but we got that in a sticker form. Ken Orser in the left lane, the TCS GTO, lined up next to Will Zakamets out of Alberta. In the Yenko SC 69 Camaro. Ken Orser leaving first for the 749. Dial it. Will off to chase him down. And will he do it? And he does with a 639 at 211 miles an hour. Will Zakamets, 009, off the starting line. Takes the win on that one. Richard Kirk out of Canby, Oregon. The metallic orange Chevy Lumina in the tower lane, lined up next to Aaron Steinke's 1968 Camaro.
Attention in the pit, stock eliminator round number 2. Stock eliminator round number 2. We will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes.
Richard Kirk in the tower lane will be taken off first with a 740 dial. Aaron Steinke with a green light chasing him down. Aaron Steinke with the win light. 610 on the 611 dial. Both cars broke out. Richard Kirk had a great reaction of a 004. Both cars little too fast. Aaron Steinke, the lesser offender, lighting up the win light, will be moving on in today's competition.
That'll bring up Darren Williams and Scott Robinson now. Robinson right-hand side, the Rag Torque Systems 94 Beretta, old pro stock looking hot rod out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. Williams to his left, the 2016 Dodge Dart. Dials it up 718 and he'll be on the chase. 768 the number for Robinson in the right. Thou red for Darren Williams will light the lamp for Scott Robinson. He lets go 11, runs 769 at 177 on the 68 dial. Free pass to round number 2 for Scott Robinson. So it'll be a competition single for Benji Martin. Left-hand side out of Selah, Washington. Throws a 697 on the board just for fun. But we will see him in round number 2 to face off against Aaron Steinke. Finished number 2 in Division 6 last year, had a heck of a run. Running around the Northwest last year. Swept the Super Quick Series, I believe. Or almost, if he didn't. runs 697, exactly like he said he would. A man of his word, Benji Martin. Tommy Gaynor and Sean Herbst coming at you. Tommy's car has about 60 runs on it total, and he's got 8 or 9 of them. Picked that thing up from Danny Warnier not too long ago. Added a couple personal touches, just getting comfortable in that hot rod. It's a Bob's Profab car, and it is absolutely immaculate. Him and the family coming up out of Vancouver, Washington this week, and he's dialed 756, and he'll get the jump on Herbst, who hails from Selah, Washington. The 68 Pontiac Firebird dials it up 688. Starting line. 006 leaves last, and at the top end, it's going to be Sean Herbst. Tommy Gaynor had the jump. He's 001, gets there 17th thou, breaks it out by 1 thou. Needed to get there 16 or less. Herbst lets go 006, puts it 689 at a $1.99 on the 688 dial, following Tommy through the stripe and getting the win line.
All right, we got Paul Soares in the tower lane here from Terrace, BC in the Bel Air. Lined up next to Kevin Shearer in the right lane from Pasco, Washington in the Camaro. 752 dial in for Paul. He's going to be leaving first. Kevin Shearer with a 666 dial in. Cool looking 55 Bel Air there. It looks like the front has a little bit of an extra chop. Help it slip through the air. Couple of green lights for both drivers. Paul Soares putting down a 752 with a 2 on his 752 dial-in. 24th thou off the start line. We have David Kowalski in that beautiful Nova. Absolutely stunning machine. Sponsored by Decal Ventures. You can see he's got the Decal SC and the Yenko SC stripe. Vinyl top car. Dave Kowalski, nicknamed Captain Caveman. Street legal drag and drive car. Actually drives this beautiful machine on the street. .710 dial-in. And across the line with a 756 on his 710 dial. Through the traps at 182 miles per hour. And that'll give us a bit of a quiet track for a moment here. I just want to give a quick shout out to Mopac Auto Supply. Has been Canada's go-to high-performance parts supplier since 1973. with 2 Superstore locations today. Langley and Edmonton, after more than 50 years in the game. They're known for carrying 200-plus product lines from major performance brands, making them a huge name for racers, hot rodders, muscle cars, and street machines. From dyno tuning and power testing to the parts that make the difference on race day, Mopac Auto Supply in Langley has been fueling Western Canada's performance scene since 1973, and they're right here backing Friday night street legal racing. Mopac Auto Supply being the title sponsor of our Friday night street legal racing events, which are only $15 to get into, or completely free if you are a Mission, BC resident. Great way to spend a Friday night. Come on out, watch some drag racing under the lights. Always a good time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, round 2. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street to the staging lanes, please.
So Bruce Floden got the 2-for-1 in round number 1 after he took out John Bazinski. The Q-Stock Automatic Dodge Dakota out of Abbotsford, British Columbia, kicking things off here. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Cutting the field in half. Working our way towards the first ever national event trophies here at Mission Raceway Park. Bruce is away on the green. And sends the little Dakota truck down through there. 13:06 at 98 mile an hour. And we'll see Bruce in round number 3. He will take on the winner of this pair right here. Greg Keelman, left-hand side. The F-Stock Automatic 69 Camaro dials it up 1162, and he'll leave first. The Buick GS of Weeb, right-hand side, dial 1062. Wheels up as we leave the starting line. Alf Weeb pulling up alongside Greg Keelman at 1,000 feet, and the wind light's going to shine for Weeb. 1062 with a 4 on the 62 dial. Gets there first, 29 thou. Keelman was late on the tree, breaks it out 5 thou, and he's still 29 thou behind at the stripe. Ed Hodder and Ashley Thompson now. Ashley's in the left. The G-Stock Automatic 73 Corvette dials it up 1096. She'll get the jump on Hodder. The D factory stock Camaro dialed in at 1012. Ashley's away. Hodder right behind her and on the charge. Trying to run her down. A little behind on the starting line, and he's going to stay behind at the finish line. Thompson, 38 on the tree, 1098 at 117 on the 96 dial. Puts her 49 thou ahead at the stripe. Hodder was behind on the tree, runs 1 above the dial to be 49 thou behind. Barry Shays Green and Gary Gandy now. The U-Stocker of Gandy, right-hand side, is going to get a 5-second head start on Barry Shays Green. The B factory stock Camaro dials it up at 907. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. A lot of ground to make up for Barry Shays Green. Gonna come screaming past Gary Gandy at the finish line, and he's gonna turn on the wind light. Had 7 thou advantage on the tree, gets there first, 36 thou, 910 on the 907. Gandy misses it a little up front, and he's way above the number down there. And Barry Shays Green makes him pay. Jody Lang and Clarence Bidniak now. Lang, left-hand side of Puyallup, Washington, the L-Stock Automatic 81 Malibu wagon. Dials it up 1189. He'll get the jump on Bidniak. The B-Stocker, 70 Plymouth Roadrunner, dials it in at 1024. Bigniak turns it big time red, so Jody Lang will move it into round number 2. Jody lets go 10, 1205 on the 1189 dial. A 2-for-1. We like 2-for-1s in stock eliminator, and Jody Lang just got him one there. He'll be happy about that. Brian Seberg put it at the top of the sheet yesterday, that 72 Comet right-hand side. Will face Brian Thompson in the P-Stock Ragtop Fox body in the left. Heads up dial, 1293 a pair. Advantage at this end to Seberg, win light at that end to Brian Seberg. 007 gets to the stripe first, 19 thou, puts it 4 above the number. Thompson, 38 on the tree, 1296 on the 93 dial, puts him 19 thou behind. James Boyce and Diane Burton. Boyce had a heads up to kick off the morning in the K-Stock Mustang, left-hand side. Burton to his right. The 455 Pontiac wheels up and on the charge. That's a whole lot of poncho power coming after James Boyce. Pulls up alongside at 1,000 feet. But the wind light will shine for James Boyce. 16 on the tree, 1163 on the 63 dial, gets their first 28th thou. Diane was late, breaks it out 12th thou, and she's still 28th thou behind at the stripe. And that'll close out round number 2 of Stock Eliminator.
Let's get round 2 super.
Attention in the pits, Super Comp, round number 2. Super Comp, we'll take you to the staging lanes at this time. Super Comp to the lanes.
Just a quick shout out for our drag strips title sponsor, River Valley Ford. River Valley Ford, they have 2 brand new vehicles next to the tower here if you want to come down and check them out. Got a gray Ford Explorer parked next to a gray Bronco. So if you're in the market for a new family SUV or a new smaller SUV with a little bit of off-roading capabilities, come on down and check these cars out. Well, we got the track staff just giving the track a quick drag right now. Right here at the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. Rad Torque Systems, a Canadian company, founded in 1994 and headquartered in Abbotsford, BC. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec.
Kicking things off in Super Street, Martin Rochelle on the single. The 78 Malibu. Looking for a 1090. Pops it up out of the beams. He's 23 up front. Through the mile-an-hour cones at 127. 1091 on the board for Martin Rochelle. Jay Schmidt and Kerry Huber now. The root beer bronze color of Jay Schmidt's 57 Bel Air is a sight to behold in the sunlight. Absolutely beautiful hot rod. He's from one of the port towns in Washington. I don't know if he's from Port Orchard or Port Townsend, Port Gamble. They're all in the general vicinity. Kerry Huber from just down the road in Tacoma. Advantage on the tree goes to Schmidt. Win light goes to Kerry Huber. 27 up front, then 1090 with a 5 at 132. Gets there first by 004. Schmidt was 009 on the let go and then puts it 2 above the number to be 4 thou behind.
Couple of first gen F bodies now. Larry Miner, 69 Camaro in the tower lane next to Zachary Zerbrook in the right lane. Larry Miner soft off the starting line. Zachary hanging the hoops. Larry Miner picking up the win light on that with a 1090 with a 4 at 146 miles an hour. Stephen Veach in the bright blue Duster in the tower lane, lined up next to the little H-Body Vega from Ponoka, Alberta. That's Darren O'Connor's car. One of these drivers with a substantially better reaction time, and it pays off at the finish line. Darren O'Connor putting down a 1093 at a $137. We got Jerry Brown in the 71 Demon in the left lane. 2025 John Scotty Champ. Lined up next to Dustin Ward. 2024 Division 6 Champ. Dustin Ward lighting up the win light there. Margin of 9 thou between the two cars, putting down a 1092 at a $129. Dustin Martin going red by 3 thou, handing the win light over to Allen in the left lane with a 1091 at a $149. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super stock. Super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes for round 2. Round 2, super stock to the staging lanes. We got Nikki Brown in the Camaro in the tower lane. Line up next to Doreen Dick in the other Camaro, the 3rd gen, in the Lordco lane. Doreen driving with Rad Torque Systems Impact Powder Coat DC signs. Nikki Brown getting off the line a little quicker and lighting up the win light with a 1093 at a $1.51.
Dan Parsons and Gary Erickson now. Erickson, the Ford probe left-hand side out of Vancouver, Washington. Looks over to his right and sees Dan Parson. The Quality Racing 70 Duster, 500 cubic inches of Mo Power under the hood. Your final pair in Super Street. Gary Erickson puts it behind. Now he's on the chase, charges up onto Dan Parsons. Win light going to go to Gary Erickson. He had 30 thou in his pocket when they passed the tree. He gets to the stripe first, 46 thou, 1091 at 141. Parsons, 35 on the let go, 1093 to put him 46 thou behind at the stripe. And his day is finished. So it'll be Rochelle and Minor, Erickson and Macham, Huber and Brown, O'Connor and Ward when we come back around.
And Dan Parsons, Adventure Dan. The other day I was scrolling through my YouTube home feed looking for what to watch next, and Adventure Dan's YouTube channel pops up. Quite a decent production. It's got some solid videos from past weekends we've had here at Mission Raceway.
Super stock, super stock. We'd love to see you in the staging lane. Super stock. We would love to see you in the staging lanes as we get ready to move into super comp. You saw 1090. Now we're looking for 890. Chris Stone and Emmett McKillop gonna kick us off here. Emmett McKillop been driving race cars for a long, long time. He'll be in the left lane in the dragster. And Chris Stone in the right. I've been told that he does not own a throttle stop. I don't know if he's doing it with his right foot, if he's got a restrictor plate, or how he's wheeling that thing to 890. But he did a pretty good job of it round number 1. It's an old Jerry Bickle Pro Mod car. Just living the easy life now, the 890 life. It's a lot less stressful than the Pro Mod life. It's like an old racehorse. You just put it out to pasture to live out the rest of its life. Way out front before McKillop comes off the stop. Big top end charge from McKillop, but he was trip zip red. So it doesn't really matter. 892 with a 0 for Chris Stone. He's 006 up front. He was tuned up. McKillop, trip zip with a 7 red. Almost had us a real nice drag race. Top dragster. We will take you to the lanes, please. Top dragster. If you're in a middle dragster or a bottom dragster, we'll take you too. Top dragster to the lanes.
David Archambault in the tower lane in that yellow and blue probe, which is currently for sale. But it's Dylan's dragster that takes the win on that one. 891 at 174 miles an hour. 030 off the starting line for that run. Danny Hodder in the white dragster in the tower lane. Mark Gillespie in the right lane. Couple dragsters here up from Washington. Danny is from Renton, Washington. Mark is from Port something, Washington. TCS lane 008 off the starting line, putting down a 893 at a $159. Danny Hodder will be moving on today. Emily Gerard, their Rad Torque Systems black dragster in the tower lane, lined up next to James Cowie, Miller chassis dragster. Emily here driving out of Chilliwack, BC. James Cowie from Surrey. Emily Gerard lighting up the win light there with an 892 at 170 miles an hour. We got Paul Nero from Aurora, Oregon. Line up next to Blue Hable on the right lane. One of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time, and it does pay off at the big end. Paul Nero getting off the line with a 001, putting down an 891 at 179 miles per hour. Taking Blue Hable out of today's competition. Paul Nero will be moving on, lining up next to Emily Gerard. Now we have Bobby Gordon from Anchorage, Alaska. Bobby Gordon with Arctic Refrigeration and AC and Arctic Race Fuels. Gordon Motorsports lined up next to Justin Jewell from Spokane. Inching their way into the staging beams now. 4 yellow bulbs lit, and we got a couple of green lights. Justin Jewell, 890 with a 5 on the 890 dial. Through the traps at 180 miles per hour. Now we got Chris Cannon in that 1963 Corvette. Bright orange car. Tough to ignore a paint job like that. Line up next to Andrew Morris, 2003 undercover dragster chassis. Andrew Morris is sitting in front of a 565 cubic inch V8. Chris Cannon sitting behind a 615 under that big old hood scoop. Cars sitting in pre-stage for quite some time, and now we have 2 fully staged cars with a green light. Solid reaction time from both of these cars. And it goes to Andrew Morris, putting down an 894 at a $160, leaving the starting line with a 007 reaction time next to Chris Cannon's 004. But Chris Cannon, not quite enough, running an 895 at a $165. And that's the last of the Super Comp for that round of eliminations. We'll be moving on to Super Stock. Couple of sweet-looking machines pulling up to the starting line right now. William Bushmaker in the right lane from Auburn, Washington. The 74 Barracuda, still rocking the bumperettes. She don't see often with race cars. Generally, you want to strip as much weight off them as you can. Lined up next to Alan Marcial from Alberta. And that beautiful bright blue 55 Chevy. William hanging the hoops and getting a little bit sideways off the starting line. Nose of the car taking a bit of a dive to the right, and he still lights up the win light there with an 1125 and his 1103 dial through the traps at 118 miles an hour.
So no doubt Alan Marshall would like another crack at that. Took a whole bunch of stripe to be under by just a little bit. Well, look what we've got here. Dave Jung and Rick McKinney. Couple of local guys, both in Gen 3 Camaros. McKinney in the right lane, Dave Jung in the left. Both getaway green. Just 0.02 the difference in the reaction times. This should be tight up top. It is Rick McKinney. 10:49 on the 10:45. Jung comes up 10:60 on the 10:55. Rick McKinney getting there first by 0.12 of a second to move on to round number 3. Now Brad Burton and Burke Taylor. We go back 1 week ago, Woodburn Drag Strip. Summer Showdown, Brad Burton picking up a 5K win. $25,000 difference at the starting line, and Brad Burton turns on the win light. Goes 931 on the 930 dial. Burt Taylor gets there second and is under by 8,000. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Gas, please make your way to the staging lanes. One more time, Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your call to the lanes. It's gas at a whole new level. Jody Lang and Scott Burton. Scott Burton in the Pontiac, Jody Lang in the Malibu. 4,000 difference on the starting line. Here comes the finish line, and it is Jody Lang with the win light on. 1084 with an 8 on the 1083 dial. And Jody Lang wins himself a freebie into the semifinal round. Hey, Top Dragster, we need Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster, where are you? Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, come on down to staging. Also looking for Super Gas. Troy Olsenowski and Rod Stultz. Stultz in the right lane, behind the wheel, a little S10 pickup truck. It was Stultz with the starting line advantage and Stultz with the win light. Goes 10-12 on the 10-11 dial. Initiated the run with an 0:14 reaction time. Olsenowski was 0:53 on the starting line. And not a player. So that puts round 2 of Superstock in the books. We've got Top Dragster on deck. They should be the next class around the corner here at the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. Big shelf full of national event wallies. Just waiting for the end of the day, when for the first time in history, we give away the big wallies at Mission Raceway. So safety out there, showing the track surface a little bit of love. So a little earlier, we were talking about the infamous 4 days in May Horsepower Heaven video. Well, Larry Pfister on the property this weekend, doing what he does. And of course, in addition to Larry, lots of great shooters here as always. So a special welcome to everybody tuned in online, whether you're catching the live feed on NHRA Live or Lordco TV. We're thrilled to have you with us. So here comes the tractor. Is it going to turn off or is it going to make another lap? And it is coming off. That means we are ready to go with Top Dragster. Round number 2. Obviously on Eliminations Day, we only see half the cars coming back after each round. So we split the field in half in round 1, and we're going to split it in half once again here in round 2. No buybacks. So Justin Bond and Jeff Havens. Justin Bond. Yeah, that Justin Bond. Bond in the left lane dialed 690. He's going to hand the starting line handicap over to Jeff Havens, who is in the right lane dialed in at 718. So Jeff Havens from Hera, Washington. Can't say that I've ever heard of that. Aaron Stanky to the lanes, please. We need Aaron Stanky to the staging lanes, please. Aaron Stanky, this is your personal call to the lanes. Bond is through. Havens turns it red by 7th thou. One more time, Aaron Stanky. We need Stanky to the staging lanes, please. James Kennedy turns it red by 2 thou. Benji Martin says thank you very much for that. I'll take the time trial here in round number 2. Comes up one above the 677 dial. So Benji Martin coming back for round 2. And here comes Monty Beagle. Going to take on regular Mission Raceway racer Jeremy Soares. Soares in the right lane. The blue dragster dialed in at 735. Monty Beagle, who left a little hot rod at home this weekend, playing around with his new dragster, dialed in at 693. Both cars pre-staged. Beagle lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. Both drivers solid on the starting line. At the finish line is Jeremy Soares, turning on the win light. Getting to the stripe first by 7 thou to be 2 above the 735 dial. Soares had the starting line advantage 13 to 17. So now Tammy Peugeot and Cooper Chun. Tammy, tower side. I told her you need to head on over to Cooper's pit and get inside that young man's head. However you do it. So Cooper Chun, dialed 751. He'll be leaving first. Tammy Peugeot, dialed 716 in the Rad Torque Systems car, tower side. Gorgeous car. Just something about black chrome headers. Tammy is moving on. Cooper turns it red by 1 thou. Tammy comes up 2 above, 718 on the 716. Cooper Chun puts it dead on with a 3.
We got Casey Plays here in the tower lane. The white dragster lined up next to Jessica Jewell from Spokane. Jessica piloting her Race Tech dragster. Casey be leaving first. 726 dial. Jessica Jewell the 695 dial. And it goes to Jessica Jewell, putting down a 698 at a $190. She left the starting line with a 007 reaction time, which puts Casey out of today's competition.
We'll run an 8th mile. So he was, it looked like what a car will do when you get too heavy on the brakes and finish on it.
Jessica Jewell, 3 above to get around the car with the number 1 on it. Casey Plaisir. Cody Baker with the bye. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle. We need you now, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. This is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, please. So how about 708 on the 707? 16 thou to start things off. Well, here comes Steve Horn and here comes Aaron Steinke. Steve Horn left side dialed 672. Aaron Steinke in the right lane dialed 612. Our number 1 qualifier.
Raw carbon fiber on Stephen Horn's dragster in the left lane, that JS Power Sports machine. Right lane of Aaron Steinke, gorgeous custom paint job.
Well, and I'd assume that you saw his Camaro. We ran in Top Sportsman. Matching paint. Matching engines, too. So both drivers turn it red. Steve Horn was the first to do it. Steinke gets a time trial, runs it out, goes 611 on the 612 dial. But he's good. Coming back for round number 3. That's going to complete round number 2 of Wright Trailer's Top Dragster. Here at the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. Safety out there, spraying a little bit of the good stuff. Super Gas round number 2 coming up next. So we've got most of our 990 players sorted out back behind the tower.
Start calling top sportsmen too, please.
So we're going to go ahead now and make the call for top sportsman. Attention the pits, top sportsman. Please start making your way to the staging lanes. Top sportsman, this is your call to the lanes. Once again, top sportsman, come on down to the lanes. Well, looks like another top alcohol team just arriving. Welcome to Mission. Here comes the first pair of Super Gas cars. Couple of Chevrolets. Greg Hare and Ed Hutchinson. Hutchinson in the right lane. Gorgeous Corvette Roadster. Greg Hare in the TCS lane, Tower lane, in his gold Camaro. Once again, Super Gas, 990, the name of the game. We got a winner. Hutchinson turns it red by 4 thousandths. Greg Hare was a solid 12 on the starting line. And exactly 4 100ths under the 990 index at the finish line. But he's coming back. Now Glenn Ingleton and Nathan Huber. Huber in the right lane, the black S10. 2025 Super Gas champion. Well, Huber's your winner. He was a less than stellar 074, but Ingleton turned it way red. So just for good measure, Huber puts it dead on at the finish line. 990 with a 2. Now Kevin Griffiths and Sandra Bracy Nero. Sandra in the right lane, Corvette Roadster. Kevin Griffiths, tower side, also in a Roadster, but a little 23 Ford. Couple of green lights. And Sandra wins a double breakout. 988 beats 987. Now Kirk Lance and Joshua Meloff. Meloff in the right lane. Right lane out of Maple Ridge. Left lane out of Mission. A couple of local guys. Lance has the pre-stage bulb lit, patiently waiting for Meloff, who's taking his time. Now we got both pre-stage bulbs lit. Nobody moving yet. Lance puts it in, lights the third bulb. Now there's 4. 4 thousandths the difference on the starting line. Should make for a bang-up race at the finish line, and it is Josh Meloff winning a double breakout. 987 beats 986. Kirk Lance taking just 8 thou at the stripe, but to no avail. Don Jewell and Eddie Plaisir. Eddie Plaisir in that gorgeous 56 Bel Air. Plaisir off the stop first. Plaisir puts it dead on. Had a sizable starting line advantage. Just about 1/10 of a second or so. Now a couple of Corvettes. Dan Davis and Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun. The white Corvette Roadster over there in the right-hand lane. Cooper Chun, the young hitter out of Vancouver, Washington. Somebody was 005. Guess who? Cooper Chun. 005 and taking 6 thou at the stripe. Be 00, take 00. Works out almost every time. 991 on the 990. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top sportsman, top sportsman. We're still looking for top sportsman in the lanes. Top sportsman, please report to staging. Here comes Sportsman Motorcycle. So it's Battle of the Steves. First pair of round 2, Sportsman motorcycle. Well, it could be Stefan. Stefan Campbell, left lane. Steve Miller, right lane. Somebody with a 55,000 starting line advantage. And it is, in fact, your winner, Steve Miller. 025 to start things off, then 884 on the 880 dial. Two more for you. Got the burnouts done. And it is the brothers Toth. Riley in the left lane, Zach in the right. Both on Kawasaki's. Maybe not necessarily exact matching, but pretty close. Riley in the left lane, dialed 868. Zach Toth in the left lane, dialed 861. Left lane gets it done. Dead on with a 0. Riley Toth, absolutely deadly. 008, 8 thousandths of a second to start off. Runs his number dead on with a 0, taking 4 thousandths at the stripe. Zach Toth over the right lane going, what just happened? Now Lindsey Miller and Dave Toth. Dave Toth turns it red by 3 thou. Lindsey Mitchell, or Miller rather, with a freebie here in round 2. Runs it out, goes 925 with a 2 on the 926 dial. Shannon Frank and Clayton Potter. Clayton Potter left lane. Aboard the Kawasaki, dialed in 907. Shannon Frank, 840 on the sled. Frank's already out in front, so this should be an easy one. Off the gas and coasting, 859 on the 840, gets it done. And that'll do it for Sportsman Motorcycle. So the tractor's out there just giving the track a little rub.
Jody's doubled, Brad's singled. I don't know of anybody else. All right, I'm gonna call stock and super street now.
Attention in the pits. So first off, we're missing a couple of top sportsman cars. So top sportsman, you guys should be in the lanes. Top sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, where are you? We need you now. We're also going to go ahead and make the call for stock eliminator along with Super Street. Stock eliminator and Super Street, this is your call to the lane. Stock eliminator and Super Street. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. So down to the semi-final round, Sportsman Motorcycle. Started off with exactly 16 cars, so no buys whatsoever. Just got through the round of 8. So the semifinals will look like this. Riley Toth will take on Steve Miller, and Lindsey Miller will take on Shannon Frank. And the tractor is getting parked. Well, here we go. Top Sportsman round 2. You know, when you hear Kowalski fire up his car, you don't even really need to look out the window to see who's coming next. So it's going to be Dave Kowalski coming up right-hand lane. With a digital dial board that, for the most part, is behind his car number. It's making life tough for Guntas up here. Dale Phillips in the tower lane. A Ford-powered 67 Mustang. Kowalski in his 1970 Nova. So Dale Phillips, tower side dialed 746. Dave Kowalski predicts he's going to go 711. action, we'll call it, for Dale Phillips. Turns it way red. Kowalski was ready to go. How about 007, then 2 above, 713 on the 711 dial. So Dave Kowalski will be back in the Nova Grocery Getter, as I like to call it. That's going to bring up 2024 Division 6 champion Will Yakovitz. Will in the right lane. The Yenko Camaro. Brody Soares, tower side. In the Cavalier. Dialed 768. So there'll be over a 1 second handicap separating these two. Soares is out there, but here comes Yakovitz, and he's got room. Puts it 646 on the 642 dial. Brody Soares just, well, flat out missed the tree. Yakovitz was 11 to start off, so he was ready. That'll bring up Brody's dad, Paul Soares. The 55 Bel Air. Tower lane, Paul Soares dialed in 752. Scott Robinson should be leaving first, dialed 770 in the Rad Torque Systems Beretta. Both these drivers regulars here at Mission. Compete with the Canada West Door Slammers Association. A class, well, very similar to Top Sportsman. Probably the biggest difference is that it's contested on a Pro 410s tree. So Paul Soares turns it red. Scott Robinson with a freebie. Goes 772 on the 770 dial. So Scotty Robinson for Rad Torque, Postma Farms, JS Power Sports, and Lordco Auto Parts is going to bring the black and red Beretta back for round number 3. Now a couple of black Camaros, Barry Stetner and Mike Lucas. Mike Lucas in the right lane. Barry Stetner in the left. Stetner, left lane, should be leaving first. Dialed in at 758. Mike Lucas, right-hand lane. 68 black Camaro. A little bit more of a stretched out body on that one. Well, let me tell you, both these drivers were ready to go. How about Mike Lucas? Trip, zip. Then 731 on the 726 dial, had all kinds of room up top. Stetner off the gas and coasting. Here comes our number 1 qualifier. Kirk Lance and team with Brad Personette calling the tuning shots. Had the tiniest of margins to fit the car inside of in order to take the number 1 qualifying spot away from Aaron Steinke. And they did just that. Kirk Lance dials in at the class minimum. 6'10". 'Cause why not when you're driving a pro mod? Sean Herbst, tower side. That beautiful black Firebird dialed in at 689. The winner of this pair will take on Dave Kowalski. The black Firebird tower side leaves first. So Kirk Lance, one above, as was Sean Herbst, but it worked out for Sean Herbst as he had about a 23 thousandths advantage on the starting line. So I don't know about you, but I thought it would have been kind of cool to see Kirk Lance and Aaron Steinke in the final round, both of them dialing 610, but it was not to be. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Comp to the lanes, please. One more time. Super Comp, this is your call to the lanes. Super Comp, please report to staging. So Aaron Steinke dialed in at 611. Benji Martin dialed in at 698. Couple of Camaros. One very much blue. Steinke with a whole bunch of color on his 68 in the right lane. Steinke getting awfully close to the wall. Looks like he's got room up top, and he does. Gets off the gas. 616 on the 611 dial. Steinke 005 on the tree. That'll get you somewhere. Benji Martin kind of misses it. Well, maybe even more than kinda. He was 086 on the starting line and just could not fix it. Doing his best to get behind at the finish line, but Steinke is moving on. And we have come all the way back around to stock eliminator once again. We're going to start things off with a bye. Jody Lang is on his way to the semifinals. He gets the single. Decides he does not want to make the run. He'll just simply stage the car. And come on back in round number 4. Now a couple of local guys. Bruce Flodine is going to take on Alf Weed. Bruce Flodine. A little Dodge Dakota pickup truck, tower side. Good question. Troy just pointed out he's got what looks like solar panels making up part of his bed cover. So maybe it's a hybrid. I didn't even know they made those in 1995.
It kind of sounds like it.
Alf Weave in the GS Buick. Very cool car over there in the right lane. It's got a clutch pedal in it. It's not to be for Alf Weeb. He turns it red by 75. Bruce Flodine was very solid on the starting line. 0-19 and then 13-17. I'm going to say off the gas at the finish.
Attention in the pits, super stock. We will take you to the lanes, please. Super stock, we will take you to the lanes. How about this matchup right here? Who wants to drive this stripe? Brian Seberg, right-hand side. The R-Stock Automatic Mercury Comet dials it up 1296. Barry Shays Green, the factory B-Stock Camaro, dialed 907. Has to wait forever. Brian Seberg way down at the end of the track. Big top end charge from Barry Shays Green, and Brian Seberg can get the win. Shays Green way off the number, behind on the tree, and 41 thou behind at the stripe. Seberg 13 flat on the 96 dial at 99 miles an hour, turns on the win light. Ashley Thompson and James Boyce now. Boyce started the day with a heads up. Had a nice little pass last round. Finds Ashley Thompson here. He'll lead first down 1164. And he turns at 17 thou red. So Ashley Thompson turns on another win light. One round closer to the Big Wally. And then puts it dead on with a 6. 26 up front, 1099 with a 6 on the 99 dial. Nice lap for Ashley Thompson to close us out here in Stock Eliminator. We're getting close, John.
We are. This is what happens when you cut the field in half every time.
The rounds are getting short, buddy.
That is for sure. So we've got our semifinal round matchups decided in Stock Eliminator. So we just saw Ashley Thompson. She's going to take on the slow pickup truck of Bruce Flodine. And then it'll be number 1 qualifier Brian Seberg taking on the legend Jody Lang.
That's, I think Supercom's probably all there. We've also called
Once again, Super Stock. We have called you to the lanes for round number 3. Super Stock. Second call to the lanes for round number 3. What do you say we put some indexes on the board, John?
Sounds like a plan.
Put them on the stop. 1090 at $1.60.
That's the way to play the game.
Sounds like a good time to me. We got a couple guys. We'll do 1090 like $1.25. That's pretty fun too.
Well, there was one day I decided to jump in super combo with the little race truck and using an easy plate. Got kind of lucky because I had to take a wild guess at what plate to start with. Threw a plate in there, went 1087.
That's a pretty good spot to be in.
Absolutely. I just left that plate inside and let the weather come to me.
Yeah, there you go.
And actually had a little bit of success. I made it to 4 cars. I lost to Steve Lowe, veteran super street guy. He went on to win the race, but at the end of the day, I was talking to him, and he says, you know what? He says, I didn't really care about the trophy or the check. He says, I just didn't want to lose to you.
Well, I've always said if you lose to the eventual winner, you basically got second place.
Sure, we'll run with that.
If the only guy that beat you, the guys that won the race, pretty much runner up, as far as I'm concerned. That's what I tell myself when I go out second round. If that guy wins, I go home and say, only guy that beat me was the winner.
Well, it does help to make you feel a little better, too.
When you don't have to fill in all the details, you know. You just tell the buddies, lost to the guy that won the race. Just leave it at that. You don't want to let facts get in the way of a good story.
Never.
I'm a whitewater rafter, and me and my buddies entered a race down in Washington on the East Fork Lewis River, and we got second place.
That's decent.
There's only 2 rafts in the race, but I usually leave that part out.
I don't, I can see why, you know? Perfectly logical.
We got beat by the Oregon rafting team, a professional whitewater rafting team in Oregon, so, you know, no reason to hang our heads. Runnered up.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
At Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Here's what our pairs are going to look like. Martin Rochelle is going to take on Larry Miner. Now, here's a couple of guys who, well, it's been some time, but are quite used to meeting up here at Mission Raceway Park. Martin Rochelle, still a regular in Lordco Super Combo action. Larry Miner used to be a regular here at Mission. We don't see that much of him anymore. Al Meacham and Gary Erickson will make up the next pair. Meacham sporting the 61 car number. Carrie Huber will take on Nikki Brown. And Darren O'Connor and Dustin Ward. Speaking of Darren O'Connor and Dustin Ward, here they come. O'Connor, his little Vega wagon. the blue paint just glimmering in the sunshine. And Dustin Ward. Ward in the 67 Dart. Dustin Ward, former division champion. Somebody was 008. It's the guy with the win light on. How about 008, 1090 with a 0? Why not? 8 thou total. Nice work, Dustin Ward. Darren O'Connor was 37 on the tree and, well, wasting gas. Now Martin Rochelle and Larry Minor. Larry Minor out of Cedro Woolley, Washington. Former division champion, former Northwest Nationals winner, and, well, former competitor in this race. So he turned at 97 red. Martin Rochelle with a free look at 1090 here in round number 3. He's coming back to the semifinals. Nikki Brown and Carrie Huber. Nikki Brown, formerly Nikki Cannon. She'd like to point out that she loves her husband. Carrie Huber in the red Nova, right-hand lane. So Nikki Brown had the starting line advantage, but unable to parlay that into a win. Carrie Huber was solid on the starting line with an 017, then 1092 on the 1090, good enough to get there by 2 thou.
Final pair of Super Street right here. Reigning D6 champion Alan Machem, left-hand side. If you don't follow this guy on social media, he's one of the best follows. This dude has a good time. Been hanging out in Havasu for weeks. Finally decides to get back in the car. He's on the chase. Gary Erickson out front. Advantage on the starting line to Erickson. Win light going to go to Alan Machem. Erickson got there by a mile. And he broke it out by a mile. 10:51 at 138. 10:93 at 133 for Machem. We'll turn on the win light.
Might have just not worked. Or worked a little bit.
Your semifinal matchups: Martin Rochelle, Alan Machem, Carrie Huber, and Dustin Ward. 2 win lights for the Wally. So we move into Super Stock. Jody Lang had 2 2-for-1s, one on stock, one here in Super Stock. He broke the beams in Stock Eliminator and then backed it up. He'll do the same right here. So Jody Lang, a free trip to the semifinals. He will face the winner of Brad Burton and Rick McKinney. This is a big, big round for these two racers in the water box. Turn on the win light here, and you get a free trip to the final round. Bill Bushmaker, left-hand side, out of Auburn, Washington. The 74 Barracuda, that's a super stock M automatic, 1110 on the boards, and he'll get the move on Rod Stoltz to his right, dial 1013 in the GTS 10 pickup. 2 for 1 to a national event final right here. Turns it 2 thou red. Bill Bushmaker's headed to the final round. He lets go 35 and then runs it out 11:06 at 118 on the 1110 dial. And that'll bring up Brad Burton and Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney got the win at the Vegas Divisional. Burton got the win in Boise. Both of them looking for a date with Jody Lang in the semifinals. 10:47 on the boards for McKinney. The GTN automatic Camaro. Brad Burton on the chase. It's pretty nasty up front. 6 thou advantage goes to Rick McKinney. Win light to Rick McKinney in a double breakout. Burton was 14 up front, runs 931 with a 1 on the 32 dial. He's 9 thou under. McKinney, 008 on the tree, 1046, puts him 5 thou under, and 5 is less than 9. So Rick McKinney will face Jody Lang in the semifinals.
The triple whammy. McKinney left first, got there first, and had his opponent under just for good measure. And we go from Super Stock, where we have set up our semi-final round. It's going to be Rick McKinney facing Jody Lang, and Billy Bushmaker with a freebie straight to the final. Now Chris Stone and Dylan Howe. Dylan Howe for Cascade Trailer Sales over there in the right-hand lane out of Junction, Oregon. Taking on local guy Chris Stone. Chris Stone for Willowbrook Chrysler. Stone just picking up what is a new car to him. The end of last year, he's been kind of slowly sorting it out. Decided to jump into Super Comp this weekend. And Chris Stone gets it done. Gets to the stripe first by 1/1000th of an inch. This is actually the first round he's won where his opponent didn't go red. There was 1 thou separating them at the starting line. Chris Stone was 0.26. Dylan Howe was 0.27. At the finish line, both of them go dead on 890. And Stone crossing first by 1 thou. Wow. That time slip's going to be a keeper. He's going to hang that one up on the trailer wall, I guarantee you. Now Paul Nero and Emily Gerard. A couple of Rad Torque Systems sponsored cars. There's a lot of them. Huge shout out going to Dan Provo for all he does here, Division 6 here at Mission, and well, way beyond that for all the drag racing.
I just pulled one of the stickers off my car, so there's room now for a Rad Torque sticker. I'm just saying.
Good point. So Nero turns the win light on, getting there by 7 to be 892 on the 890. He was 005 up front. Emily also 892, but behind. Now Andy Morris and Justin Jewell. Winner of this pair takes on Chris Stone in the semifinals. $19,000 difference on the starting line. That was enough to make the difference at the finish line. Whole shot win for Justin Jewell. 893 gets there ahead of 892. Danny Hodder will be out there all by himself. He's got the bye here in round 3. 024 red, but that's quite all right. 888 with a 9. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas. We need super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. One more time. Super gas. We need you now. Well, Troy, looks like first pair in top dragster.
And it's Tammy Peugeot and Jeremy Soares. Tammy got the gimme in round number 1. And it's been rolling ever since. 718 on the boards, left-hand side for Tammy. Rad Torque Systems hot rod. She'll be on the chase. Jeremy Soares, right-hand side, dials it up 736. The 01 Cameron. Don't see a lot of Cameron cars out there anymore. That's a pretty nice one. Tammy's day is done. 007 to the wrong side of the tree. He'll turn on the win light for Jeremy Soares, who's 11 up front, dead on 4, and 15 total. So Jeremy was ready to go. Tammy runs it out 717 on the 18 dial. Almost had us a drag race. So Jeremy Swords, your first semifinalist. He'll face the winner of Cody Baker and Jessica Jewell. And they are coming to the line right now. Benji Martin has the freebie here. So 2 pair left.
So just a little observation about this pair. I kind of think they should trade hood scoops.
It would look really good on Cody's car.
It's got most of the right colors.
Well, in the all black, black on black, it would look really good with Cody's scoop. I think you should go down and tell him. Tomorrow, I want to see those scoops swapped. We're off and away on the green. They're both pretty good up front. Jessica Jewell's just a little bit better, and she's going to turn on the win line. How about 003, dead on 3 to be 6 total? Cody Baker lets go at 18 and has absolutely no shot to win the race. Jessica Jewell laying down a lap. Top sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Top sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time.
Well, what do we have here? Aaron Stanky. And Justin Bond. So Bond over here dialed 691. In the blown dragster, Aaron Stanky is a nitrous guy. He doesn't need no blower. Just give me a limitless amount of cubic inches and a full bottle of nitrous. So you see the nitrous purge over there in the right lane. Stanky sporting 959 cubic inches. Just a little motor. In fact, I believe it's a pull start. 10th the difference on the starting line, and at the finish line, it is Aaron Stanky with the win light on. So it didn't come up on the reader board, but he went 6:15 on the 6:11 dial. Got to the stripe first by 1 thou. Wow. Benji Martin with the bye here in right trailer's top dragster. Goes 683 on the 679 prediction. Doing 178 miles an hour. So that sets up our top dragster semifinal round. It's going to be Stanky versus Martin, and it's going to be Jewel versus Soares. So this should be Dean and Kimberly Carter, but it is only Dean. Kimberly Carter should be in the right lane, but she's nowhere to be found. So Dean Carter, with the competition single, takes the option of just simply staging the car, taking credit for the round. I'll back it out and save it for later. Thank you very much. Ralph Van Peppegem coming up in the right-hand lane. Gonna take on Cody Lane. Another heads-up round. Cody Lane for right trailers, left side of the racetrack in a 1932 Bantam. Van Peppegem out in front. Can he hang on? He does. 7:31 gets around 7:37. Van Peppegem was perfect on the starting line. Trip zip, baby. So Van Peppegem wins a big round. And when I say big round, I mean big round. That was for a freebie into the final.
RVP. Man, what a run.
Absolutely.
So Jeff Lane gets the single. And that's a 2-for-1 there. What a day for Jeff Lane.
Yeah, but here, hang on a second.
I don't know. So Jeff Lane will face Dean Carter in the semifinals. Winner of that will meet up with RVP in the final round for all the marbles in Comp Eliminator. So we got Super Gas at the head of staging coming into the box now.
For a freebie into the final, as we're at 6 cars, Greg Hare and Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun, right-hand side, Super Cooper. So Cooper Chun in the right lane, Greg Hare in the left lane. Winner goes to the final round. Well, after getting a time trial in the semis, if they want it, you know. So the worst light was 008. And that was Cooper Chun. Greg Hare gets it done. He was trip zip to start things off. Another perfect light, then 89 with a 6 on the 90. Cooper Chun actually getting to the stripe first by 4 thou, but to no avail. Now Eddie Pleasure taking on Nathan Huber. So one guy's light about twice as good as the other guy's. So Eddie Pleasure does not get it done. He was behind on the starting line. Nathan Huber had the advantage on the starting line and wins a double breakout. Getting to the stripe first by 11 thou. Josh Meloff and Sandra Bracy Nero. Sandy Bracy Nero in the right lane out of Aurora, Oregon. Joshua Meloff from just down the road a little bit in Maple Ridge. Couple of Corvette Roadsters. Sandy turns it red by 15 thou. She's not going to be pleased when she looks over at Josh's side of the slip. He was a 109 light, then 985 through the stripe. Top sportsman. We need top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman. We need you now. Top sportsman, please report to staging. Hey, listen up in the pits. We are at that point in the day where we make the call for anyone left in competition. All winners, all classes, this is your call to the staging lanes. Just as soon as you are ready, we've got a spot for you up here in the staging lane. So all winners, all classes, anyone left in competition, this is your call to the lanes, please. Aaron Stanky, this is your call to the lanes for top sportsman. Aaron Stanky, we're looking for you in the lanes just as soon as you can get here. That would be much appreciated.
Him and Jody.
Also looking for Jody Lang to the lanes, please. Oh, no.
He was asking who was entered above.
Oh, never mind me. So again, Aaron Stanky, we need you to the lanes, please. Love the blower roll over there in the right lane. Dave Kowalski. At a glance, you would think those are Yenko stripes on that Nova, but they're not. They are DeKalb Venture stripes. Very rare. Sean Herbst, tower side for Allison Farms out of Selah, Washington. Stunning black Firebird, dialed in at 690. He's got the old manual style dial board in the window. When the sun is shining, they are very much appreciated by most towers. You can read that dial board in almost all conditions. Look over at Dave Kowalski. He's got a very pretty green digital dial board, but you can't even see it. $713, the dial for the blown car in the right lane. Sean Herbst, dialed 690. I believe it's just all NA, whole bunch of cubic inches. 49,000 starting line advantage for your winner. Sean Herbst gets it done gets to the stripe first by 28 thou to turn the wind light on. 696 on the 690 dial, good enough. Kowalski was 4 above after going 53 on the starting line and just simply could not make it work. Sean Herbst on his way to the final round. That was a 2-for-1. Going to be left with just 3 cars in the semifinal round. So we got 2 more pairs coming at us. Will Yakimetz and Mike Lucas is one pairing. Then Aaron Steinke and Scott Robinson. So Aaron Steinke, the only driver, still doubled at this point in the day. Oh, sorry, Jody. I did not mean to cut Jody Lang short. Jody Lang also in. So Jody Lang in stock eliminator along with super stock. Stanky in top sportsman and top dragster. Hey, listen up in the pits. Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle, can you please report to the starting line? Martin Rochelle, please report to the starting line. Hey, while it's nice and quiet, should mention there are event t-shirts available at the Pro Shop. Got to check that out. So head on over to the Pro Shop. In addition to this weekend's event t-shirt, there's also some great deals for past event shirts and hoodies. I believe there's hoodies available for $40 and t-shirts available for $15. So now this weekend's event t-shirt's going to be a little more than that, but it's a reasonable place to go and clothe the entire family. How about that? top sportsmen, Mike Lucas and Will Yakimet. Mike Lucas, tower side. In the black with white stripes Camaro. Will Yakimet, spectator side in the white with black stripes Camaro. Mike Lucas should be leaving first. Gets the starting line handicap dialed in at 726. Will Yakimet going to hang around for a little bit, dialed in at 664. Or 644, rather. Wow, both these drivers were ready to go at the finish line. It is a win light for Mike Lucas. He was 0-11 up front, leaving second as Will Yakimet let go 002. But at the finish line, he's 3 above. Mike Lucas getting to the stripe first by, get this, 0.2 of a second. Wow. So Mike Lucas has bought himself a place in the 3-car semifinal. Now all we need to do is decide who he will face. It's either going to be Scott Robinson or Aaron Stanke. So I see we've got Scott Robinson right up at the front of staging, ready to go. I believe we are still awaiting Aaron Stanke. Stanke still double entered with 2 very quick cars. So while we would specifically really like to see Aaron Stanke right about now, we have made the call for anyone left in competition. You're more than welcome when ready to come on up to the staging lanes. Well, well, well. Here we are ready to go with our final pair in this quarterfinal round of Wright Trailers Top Sportsman. And interestingly enough, we're going to pair up, according to the qualifying sheet, the second quickest car of the field against the second slowest car in the field. So the second quickest would have been Aaron Steinke over there in the right lane. Taking on Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems, along with Postma Farms and JS Power Sports over here Tower Side in the black and red Beretta. Steinke in the right lane, purging the nitrous. Got the Camaro dialed in at 613. So Robinson rolls in and lights both bulbs, gets pushed back, or sent back, rather. We'll try it again. Four bulbs lit. Here we go. About a second and a half wait for Aaron Steinke. And he does a pretty good job. But it is Scott Robinson to the stripe first by 15 thou. Goes dead on the 772 dial. He was a 15 light to start things off. Steinke had him on the starting line, 007, but comes up 616 on the 613 to be behind. So there we go. We have set up our semifinal round in Top Sportsman.
225 mile an hour looks all right for Steinke, but 3 above. I don't know if he got out of a little too early or just couldn't run the number. Ran out of spray.
Must be what happened.
Moving into stock eliminator now, Brian Seberg and Jody Lang. Seberg, right-hand side, the R-Stock Automatic 72 Comet. Dials it up 1301, and he'll leave first. Jody Lang, the infamous L-Stocker wagon, dials it in at 1195. Jody's still alive in stock and super stock. Seberg is out there, laying on the chase. Pulling up alongside at about 1,200 feet. Wind light gonna shine for Jody Lang. Seberg breaks it out. He's 38 up front, gets there 26 thou, but he had to break it out 46 thou to do it. Jody, 1195 with a 3 on the 95 dial. And he had him doubled up on the tree, locked him out. All colors, all classes, all hot rods. If you're still in, bring it to the lanes, please. Ashley Thompson and Bruce Floden. Floden leaves first, the Q-Stock Dakota. 13-16 on the boards. Ashley dialed it up 11 flat. They are absolutely locked up on the tree, 58s apiece, and the wind light will shine for Ashley Thompson. Gets there first, 47 thou, puts it 2 above the dial. Floating, also 58 on the tree, and then 1323 way off the 1316 dial to be behind at the stripe. Ashley Thompson and Jody Lang in the stock eliminator final. And if you make it to a final round, contingency will be in the staging lanes after the final round. So if you're in the final and you're looking for some contingency, it'll be over here by the staging lanes after the final round.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. One second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer. It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
These shocks have really impressed me. First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
All right, getting underway, your Super Comp semifinal round. 2 win lights. Stand between two of these drivers. And the first ever national event Wally here at Mission Raceway Park. We're gonna kick things off with Paul Nero and Danny Hodder. We're looking for 890s. Nero's in the left out of Aurora, Oregon, that 06 undercover chassis. Off the stop and headed to the finish line. Paul Nero is way behind on the tree. Win light gonna go to Danny Hodder. He's 20 up front. They both break it out, 887s on the 890 dial. Hodder breaks it out 26 thou. Nero by 28 thou. And 26 is less than 28. So Danny Hodder to the final round to face the winner of this pair right here. Chris Stone, left-hand side, out of Mission, BC. Justin Jewell to his right out of Spokane, Washington, the 09 American. Chris Stone will rocket off the starting line and get way out ahead of Justin Jewell. Jewell is off the stop and on the chase. Has 5 thou in his pocket, and he's got the win light at the big end. 18 up front, get their 0005 to be 892 on the 90 dial. Stone might have gave it back, or Justin just barely got in front. It's going to be Justin Jewell and Danny Hodder. Now to Super Street. Alan Macham and Martin Rochelle. Rochelle in the right, Macham in the left. Macham won the Northwest Nationals all the way back in 2011. Would love to get one here. And it's pretty filthy off the starting line. 2 thou, the difference up here. How about Martin Rochelle? 25, gets there first by a 5 thou, puts it 1090 with a 5. Macham had 2 thou advantage on the starting line, puts it 1091 on the 90. He's 5 thou behind, and Martin Rochelle is headed to the final to face the winner of this pair right here, Dustin Ward and Kerry Huber. Ward's in the left, the 67 vinyl top Dodge Dart out of Renton, Washington. Huber out of Tacoma in the 70 Nova. They're both off the stop and making the charge to the big end. Advantage on the tree goes to Kerry Huber, win light to Kerry Huber. Ward got there first by 6 thou, but he broke it out 12-10 thou to do it. Needed to get there 5 thou or less. Kerry Huber and Martin Rochelle in the final round of Super Street for all the marbles. Sportsman Motorcycle Semifinals coming at you next. It's Lindsey Miller and Shannon Frank. Lindsey's in the left. Had one heck of a day so far here today. The reigning defending D6 champ dials it up 926. Lindsey will leave first. The turbo sled of Shannon Frank will come after, dialed 840. Lindsey leaving off a Sportsman tree. Shannon leaving off the Pro tree. Spools up the turbo, puts it in the beams. Lindsey Miller is away, and here comes Shannon Frank. Pulls up alongside at 1,000 feet, and the win light will shine for Lindsey Miller. 34, dead on 5. Shannon Frank broke it out. Was behind on the tree. Got to the stripe first by 75 thou, but had to break it out a bunch to get there. Lindsey Miller to the final round. She just started doing this Lucas Oil stuff not so long ago, and it turns out she's really, really good at it. Hey, I just heard that Cowie Racing's got t-shirts, hoodies, and hats for sale at their pit. So if you want to go grab you some Cowie gear, stop down at their pit. It's pretty good looking stuff, and they'll get you all hooked up.
You know, you can swing by there on your way to the pro shop when you're going there to pick up your event t-shirt.
I got me one yesterday. I was used to those American dollars.
Okay.
I'm still getting used to it up here.
It's like play money.
Man, you guys should call them something other than dollars, and I wouldn't get so confused.
Oh, come on. I know it's weak, but it's not that weak. It's still worth $1 here.
Riley Toth and Steve Miller looking for a father-daughter final round right here, and we just might get it. 1 thou the difference on the tree. 3 thou the difference at the starting line. We will not have a father-daughter final. Riley Toth gets the win light. 87 up front. That's a thou better than Steve Miller. Gets to the stripe first. 3 thou. 868 on the 67 dial. Riley Toth and Lindsey Miller, your Sportsman Motorcycle final round.
Would have been very cool to see the father-daughter final round, but while it was close, it just was not meant to be, I guess.
One cool thing about it, though, is it's Canada versus USA.
So we are very close to, for the first time ever, handing out national event Wallies here at Mission Raceway Park. Super Gas. Semi-final round, down to 3 cars. Greg Hare has the bye, so he's an automatic player in upcoming final round. Right now, we are going to decide who he's going to face. It's going to be Nathan Huber or Josh Meloff. It's either going to be an S10 pickup or a Corvette Roadster. Huber, left lane. 2025 division champion. Gotta say, I love the color choices on Josh Meloff's car over there in the right lane. That thing is gorgeous. How about 992 taking the win? 017 on the tree, then 2 above at the finish line. Nathan Huber was well behind at the starting line and could not fix it. Got to the stripe first, but in doing so was well under the 990 index. So now Greg Hare opts to just simply stage the car, take credit for the win. He'll come on back for the final round. So again, we have made the call for all cars, all classes, anyone left in competition. We would love to see you in the staging lanes. Well, well, well. Rick McKinney and Jody Lang. Couple of veterans. Rick McKinney over in the right lane, the red Camaro. He goes back a ways. Kind of missed the old blue and white Cutlass. Wheeled that car for a lot of years before stepping into this Camaro. Couple of green lights, it is on. Lang out in front trying to hold on. It's McKinney. Gets it done. Lang actually got to the stripe first by 8 thou, but in doing so found himself under by 16 thou. McKinney exactly one above the 1045 dial, 1046 with a 0. Had the advantage on the starting line by 18 thousandths of a second. So Rick McKinney is going to the final round where he will take on Bill Bushmaker. Bushmaker down there in the left lane right now. Decides to simply stage the car on his bye run. Interestingly enough, Bill Bushmaker in the left lane, 3-time winner at the Winter Nationals in stock eliminator. First time we go all the way back to 1981. So he's been racing for some time. Won his first national event, well, first time at the Winter Nationals anyway, in 1981, 45 years ago. Then 5 years later, won it again. Then 5 years after that, won it for a third time. Makes one wonder what happened in 1996. So Ralph Van Pappengen scores the bye here at 3 cars. He's an automatic player in the Comp Eliminator final round. So Ralph Van Peppegem has been racing since 1958. So in his 68th year of racing. That is absolutely incredible. Seven-time division champ, 3-time national champ. Sorry. Was reading Dean Carter's list of accomplishments. So we'll move back over to our VP, Ralph Van Peppegem. Been racing since 1958, several national wins, many divisional wins, and a Division 6 Hall of Famer. And here he is at the inaugural Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals at Mission Raceway Park, and he finds himself in another final round. We will now decide who his opponent will be. Either Dean Carter or Jeff Lane. Sean Herbst, we need you in the staging lane. Sean Herbst, this is your call to the staging lane. Sean Herbst, we need you now. Please report to staging. So it's Dean Carter and it's Jeff Lane. Jeff Lane, in the E Super Modified Automatic Chevrolet Cavalier in the right-hand lane, dialed 892. Dean Carter in the A Econo Dragster, dialed in at 726. Couple of green lights, Lane trying to stay out in front, and he does. How about 826? Well under the 892. So he beat up his index a little bit, but he did get the win. Goes 65 under. Dean Carter also 65 under, but in the loss. Jeff Lane with a starting line advantage, 015 to 043. So that sets up our comp eliminator final. It's going to be Jeff Lane and it's going to be Ralph Van Peppegam. So here we go, top dragster. Semi-final round. Jeremy Soares and Jessica Jewell. Jeremy Soares, left-hand lane, dialed 736. Jessica Jewell in the right lane, dialed 697. So the blue car will leave first. 5,000 difference on the starting line. At the finish line, it is Jessica Jewell getting there first by, get this, 1,000th of a second. Whole shot win. Soares was closer to the number, but was 5,000 behind on the starting line. So Jessica Jewell off to the final round to face one of these two guys. However, we haven't seen Aaron Stanky pull forward yet. So Stanky is on the clock. So Benji Martin pulled into the water. Aaron Stanky did not follow him. Not sure what's going on over there. But I do believe he just gave up. Not going to be able to make the car fire for this semifinal round. Tough break for Aaron Stanky. Just one round to go, he was still double entered. And just like that, he's out. So Benji Martin with a freebie here at 3 cars. So Benji Martin with a free look at 679. And he opts to take that look. Runs it all out, goes 678 with a 7. Not bad. So that sets up our top dragster final round for a national event, Wally. It's going to be Jessica Jewell, and it's going to be Benji Martin. So we're down to just one more semifinal round to go. That's coming right up in Top Sportsman, and that will leave us with nothing but final rounds with which to finish out the day. Yeah, what a great ending to the day. Here we are with almost nothing but final rounds. Aside from, we don't want to forget about this, we're giving a test hit to our alcohol cars following today's finals. So top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car is what we are going to finish out the day with. So here we go. With our only pair in this 3-car semifinal round. Scott Robinson and Mike Lucas gonna duke it out here for the right to go face Sean Herbst in the final. Scott Robinson in the right lane dialed 772. Mike Lucas over here left side dialed 728. It's on. 5 thou difference at the starting line, and at the stripe it is Lucas getting there first by 31 to go 728 on the 728 dial. So Scott Robinson comes up 76 on the 72 dial. Had a small starting line advantage, but it's going to be Mike Lucas taking on this guy, Sean Herbst, in our final round. For Allison Farms, Sean Herbst, Tower Lane, out of Selah, Washington. $690 is the prediction. Let's see if he can make it come true. $692 at the finish line. Was 080 up front. Not sure whether that was on purpose. If not, good to get that out of the way. Well, there we go. Down to just final rounds, along with some top alcohol exhibition. So again, we're looking for everybody left in competition back to the staging lanes. A little heads up, we will have winner's circle festivities. And that will commence just as soon as your race is over. If you win, come right back up to the winner's circle. Winner's circle photos, celebrations, and I believe we're going to do some winner's circle interviews as well. We're going to put you on Lordco TV. So what a beautiful, beautiful day here at Mission Raceway Park. The River Valley Ford drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Eliminations Day. The very first Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. down to nothing but final rounds. We've got 9 national event Wallies about to be handed out. So the tractor has made its way off of the race surface. We are just about set to go with our first of what will be 9 final rounds to finish off the day. Of course, that won't quite finish off the day. We're going to have a little top alcohol exhibition to finish off the day. And just a reminder to all of our finalists, if you turn that win light on, just come on right back up to the front here. We'll park you in the winner's circle. Get your mug shot. Give you a little winner's circle interview. And hand you a big Wally.
Who they sending first?
Hey racers, listen up. Larice Motorsports Insurance is changing the game, bringing the first insurance policy designed for racers by racers. With over 80 years in the insurance industry and more than 60 years of drag racing experience, the Larice family knows exactly what you need. Their policy provides broad coverage and fills the gaps that other companies leave behind. Join the countless racers across the U.S. who trust Larice Motorsports Insurance to protect their investments. Call today and let their expert staff and claims team keep you covered so you can focus on winning. Also want to mention, Competition Products is your source for hardcore engine parts. We offer the largest selection of drag racing engine parts anywhere and at the best prices. With our low price guarantee and free shipping on orders over $149, why shop anywhere else? Build it better for less at competitionproducts.com. All right, Troy, here we go. The first of 9 final rounds coming at us. We're going to start off with Super Street 1090, the name of the game. It's Corey Huber and it's Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle, the local guy, over there in the 78 Malibu. Couple of green lights. And it's Corey Huber turning on the win light. 1091 gets there ahead at 1093. Corey with the starting line advantage by 20 thousandths. And put it to good use up there at the finish line.
This is your stock eliminator final round. The inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. It's Ashley Thompson and Jody Lang. Lang, right-hand side, the L-Stock automatic. He's dialed in at 1193, and he'll get the jump. Thompson will give chase. The G-Stocker 73 Corvette 1101 on the boards for Ashley. Looking for her first national event win here in Mission, British Columbia. Tree fires. Jody Lang is away, and here comes Ashley Thompson. They are both tuned in up front. Top end charge in the Corvette. Through the traps, win light says Jody Lang. Thompson, 17 up front, breaks it out 30, getting their 6th thou. Jody, 003 on the tree, 1192 with a 0 to be 9th thou under the dial. And Jody Lang will grab another national event trophy in stock eliminator.
Well, there's 2, 7 more to go. And again, just a reminder, if you win, we would love to have you come right back on up here to the winner's circle area.
Contingency money at the trailer after the fight.
Winner, runner-ups need to come back to the lanes for contingency.
We actually need winners and runner-ups to come on back to the staging lanes. Contingency will be done at the NHRA trailer right beside the timing tower. And of course, winners, we want to celebrate with you in the winner's circle. William Bushmaker and Rick McKinney. Bushmaker in the left lane behind the wheel of the CUDA. Superstock M automatic. Rick McKinney in his Camaro, a GTN automatic. So Bushmaker will leave first, dialed in at 11:06 rather. Rick McKinney going to do the chasing, dialed in at 10:45. McKinney, local guys, just down the road in Richmond, BC. Bushmaker's car hanging right towards the tree, and well, this one's over. Bushmaker turns it red by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Rick McKinney is the winner at his home track at the very first Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals here at River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park.
Pretty good start to the season for Rick. Got the win down in Vegas at the Divisional. Logged some national points here. He's going to be looking pretty good on the boards after this weekend.
That was a pretty cool final round that took place in Vegas as he ran another Mission regular. A guy who couldn't be here this weekend because someone was rather ignorant in their wedding scheduling or something. I'm not sure what happened, but Daryl Stobie, nowhere to be found. Ah, okay, I had it mixed up. He had to attend grad ceremonies, not a wedding, but same kind of thing. Poor scheduling on someone else's part. He will be back tomorrow.
This is your Super Gas final round. It's Greg Hare and Joshua Meloff. 990s on the board. Meloff, right-hand side. From right here in British Columbia. To his left, 6 Greg Hare from Ravensdale, Washington. Meloff finished number 6 in Division 6 last year. Hare finished number 3. Looking to put their names in the history books as the first Super Gas winners of a national event here at Mission Raceway Park. Pre-stages are lit. Hare puts it in. Meloff behind, tree fires, we're off and away, and we're both green. Greg Hare out in front, Meloff off the stop and giving chase to the top end. Win light gonna shine for Josh Meloff. Had Greg Hare doubled up on the tree, gets down there 994 at 144 mile an hour, and he's about a car length out in front. Joshua Meloff, your Super Gas champion here at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. So we move to Super Comp. And these two are no strangers to one another. Justin Jewell from the northeast corner of the state in Spokane, Washington. The 2009 American will take on Danny Hodder, left-hand side out of Renton. Cut a light and run the number. Jewel stages first. Hodder in behind. We are off and away. And one of them's in a whole world of trouble. Top end win light gonna shine for Justin Jewell. 002 up front, puts it 9 flat, gets there 6 thou. Hodder missed it up front, 891 at 165 to be 6 thou behind. Justin Jewell making it unnecessarily close, but he will be your Super Comp champion. Congratulations to Jewell. We got a few more to go. Sportsman motorcycle final round coming to the starting line. It's Riley Toth, right-hand side, the 02 Kawasaki. Dials it up 868, and Riley will be on the chase. Lindsay Miller, reigning D6 champion, her first national event final. Dials it up 926. The 09 Kawasaki ZX14. And Lindsay knows how to wheel that thing. Toth stages first. Lindsay right behind, tree fire. She's off and away. Here comes Riley Toth. One of them is perfect. Win light shines for Riley Toth. How about trip, zip, dead 3 to be 3 total? Locks out Lindsay Miller, who's 17 up front, runs 925 on the 26 dial, and there's no way that she can win the race. Riley Toth laying down an absolute lap for the national event Wally. Attention in the pits, top dragster and top sportsman. Final round. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Some pretty good ones so far as we work our way through the final rounds. We're waiting for some people to get to the lanes, and we are still talking about this sportsman motorcycle final round. Riley Toth, absolute hero run. Lindsay Miller, 17 up front, doing everything she possibly can. There's just nothing she can do. There's nowhere to go. That was a drag race right there. One for the history books here at the inaugural. Your comp eliminator final round in the water box right now. It's Ralph Van Pappengen and Jeff Lane. RVP left-hand side in the altar. Took out Cody already earlier today. Trying to take out Jeff here in the final round. He'll be on the chase. Jeff Lane dials it up 877. 780 for Van Pappengen. Clean and green to the top end we go. Here comes RVP. Win light shines for Jeff Lane. That was a pretty good drag race. Jeff Lane just out-muscled him. He was 3 thou ahead on the tree, 824 at 161, puts him 700 in front at the finish line. Ralph, 39 up front, 734 at 179, 45 under. To Lane's 52, puts him 73 thou behind at the stripe. Jeff Lane, your comp eliminator champion, here at the Rag Torque Systems Canadian SPORTSnats. Attention in the pits. Top alcohol competitors who want to participate in the test and tune, the staging lanes are open for you. So if you're racing top alcohol and you want to participate in this afternoon's test session, we will take you to the staging lanes now. We've got 2 more final rounds to go to finish things out today. We're going to move into top sportsman. It's going to be Sean Herbst and Mike Lucas. Sean Herbst backing it up left-hand side. He's out of Selah, Washington. Mike Lucas, right-hand side, out of Fort St. John, British Columbia. He'll get the jump on Herbst, dialed 728. Herbst dials it up 692. For all the marbles here on Friday afternoon, and a trip to the dance floor. A 75th anniversary, Wally waiting for the winner. And they'll etch their name in the history books here at Mission Raceway Park. We are staged up, tree fires. We've got 2 green lights. Mike Lucas out front. Here comes Sean Herbst on the chase. Top end charge, and the win light will shine for Sean Herbst. 16 up front gets their first 6 thou, 695 at 191. Lucas was 27 on the tree, 2 above the dial, and 6 thou behind at the finish line. Sean Herbst, your top sportsman champion. And this is the final round here on Friday, the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals, and its top dragster. It's Benji Martin and Jessica Jewell. Can we put 2 jewels in the winner's circle here on Friday? Would be a pretty amazing story, and Jessica's hoping to do just that. She'll leave first by 2 Hun, dialed 699 right-hand side. $679, the number for Benji Martin. One thing's for sure, the Wally's going to Washington. Martin flickers it in. Jessica's away. Here it comes Benji Martin, and we've got us a drag race. To the top end, win light shines for Jessica Jewell. 21 dead on 3. Martin got there first by 5 thou to break it out 0008. Jessica Jewell, your top sportsman champion. And that puts a bow on it. We've been talking about 4 days in May for a long time up here in Mission. And now we can talk about that 1 day in the middle of June. Congratulations to all of our winners here at the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian SPORTSnats. We've got a divisional that'll follow right behind. We'll start qualifying tomorrow. And we're going to get fast and loud here in just a few minutes as our top alcohol competitors will come to the lanes for some test runs.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Dan Provost. Attention in the pits. Dan Provost. If you could make your way down to the winner's circle, we're looking for you there, Dan Provost. If you could come on down to the winner's circle, we would appreciate that.
So working our way through a little test session here for Top Alcohol. Had to go down to the lanes, give some handshakes and hugs to some of my friends down there who did really good today at the inaugural national event. Been an amazing weekend so far. We're only halfway through. Mitch Myers, the A Fuel car, gonna make a run here left-hand side. Coming out of Hermiston, Oregon. I used to live just over the hill. There's not a ton of stuff in Hermiston, Oregon. They have really, really good melons and one really, really fast dragster. Nice little town, though. Chris Dimke clearing out the pipes in a new car. Running through its paces here today, trying to get this thing ready for tomorrow. And we will qualify these hot rods. Supercharger sitting on top just the way the good Lord intended. At about 100 feet, 528 at 276. He's 908 to 60 foot. Driving through some shake for about 100 feet. So that'll give him something to work with as they try to get that new hot rod dialed in. How about it, Sean Cowie? That's what we came here to see. Cowie laid down a monster lap in their test session here on Wednesday. Last year went 5:11 right here in Mission to set the record for the fastest blown car in all the land. Number one on the wing, your reigning defending world champion. .906 to 60 foot, has to get out of it and coast it on down through there. Pretty solid low numbers right there. And that will end today's top alcohol test session.
turn it off, or you want to talk? Sean Herbst to the winner's circle, please, for the group photo. Sean Herbst, we need you back to the winner's circle, please.
Hey, attention in the pits out here. Attention in the pits. If you're parked along the river, if your car is parked along the river in the staging lanes, we're going to need you to move your car off of the river so we can take a photo. Hey, attention out there again, attention. We're looking for the owner of a red Honda Accord. Red Honda Accord, parked along the river here. Red Honda Accord with Oregon plates, says the Beaver State on the back. 06209. Hey,